No, I observe existing protocol if there is any, because if I stand on it, it will break, and I don't want to break anything considering my weight there. Okay, we started yesterday with the MC welcoming us and laying the ground rules, which he has just repeated now as a reminder, so I will just skip that. Next on it was the Executive Secretary message, which was delivered to us by the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics. He represented the ES. He went this way. The project 100 is so tailored in line with the schedule with successful vendor development programs in other oil and gas countries. That was why the project 100 was conceptualized. And he noted that it is government's responsibility to ensure that small local enterprises are supported to become major global players. And Samsung and Slumberger are good examples of such government interventions. He went on to express the board happiness with the progress and impact assessment of the Project 100 companies, especially as it concerns corporate governance. And we remember KPMG also emphasized on that. We'll get there. The board also, he continued, he assured us that we'll continue to partner with sister agencies such as NAPINS, which is very important, to deliberately drive policies that will seek to nurture Project 100 companies into high-performing companies. Ncdmb has provided different clusters that will fit into. That was what the message from the Executive Secretary, and he wished us a successful workshop. After that, we had presentation from the GMRSDD Ncdmb, who is also the project coordinator for Project 100. He gave us why Project 100 was launched and when it was launched in 2018, and aspires to identify, that was the objective, select and nurture wholly owned. Let's take note of this, wholly owned oil and gas service companies to become large-scale players of the future. I think he emphasized when it's wholly owned, it must be 100% owned by Nigerians. So if you look in the room, we are all Nigerian companies by the definition of 100% equity holding. And he also told us the companies are divided into 13 service clusters. And I can recall, although you will belong to one cluster, it was just only your major area. You have competences in other areas. Your information is with the service companies and the IOCs, and you will be allowed to play in there. He also emphasized that Project 100 is structured around financial and non-financial interventions. And he told us that the non-financial interventions are, which is one, their access to market, which we are doing. This is the second workshop we are having since the inception of Project 100. We have capacity building, we have R&D, we have business insight, we have policy interventions. And the second leg of it is the financial interventions, which are access to finance, partnership, and collaboration. We have the NCDF here will give you an insight into what some of these interventions are. After that, we have one of us, Project 100 experience, his experience of Mr. Ose. He comments the transparency of the Project 100 companies selection and process. In fact, I think it was not only him, we had a lot of people based on interaction, like he said, that did not know anybody, that the process brought them out, and which they are very proud of it. He appreciated Ncdmb for investing in the development of Project 100 companies, such as sponsorship to Global Petroleum Summit in Canada and other places that they have been to. He emphasized on the gains they got from that kind of outing. He assures the EPC contractors of the competencies of Project 100 companies. After also we had the GM supply chain management of napkins, who represented the GGM napkins. And he assures us of their commitment to reduce the cost of executing projects in the upstream, that has been put in place, and they have already started through the NUCOP. The NUCOP is the Nigerian Upstream Cost Optimization Project, and is designed to reform the upstream business space for more efficiency and reduction of waste and contracting cycle. And that was very important to reduce the cost in the oil and gas industry. Another area that he told us is a reduction in contracting cycle, and this is also part of the NUCOP, which they are working on to see how they can qualify people up front and give them license to bid. And therefore, once you are technically qualified, the process of pre-qualification and technical would have been eliminated, and then we go straight into commercial, which we may have the opportunity of either auctioning or doing some kind of short just reminder and cross-check. I think we should take note of that, and that is part of the federal government initiative, and is even an order that ease of doing business, and that is part of the thing they intend to achieve. He urges Project 100 companies and on partnership, mergers, collaboration to build on their comparative advantages. I think it's very important here that if we are hearing that from napkins, for us to take it into consideration. And he was also very open. One of the strategies they are going to adapt to see how they support Project 100 is providing a special category and scope for Project 100 companies to accord them necessary support to grow. I think he also went on to say, why can't we not do it if we are doing it for communities? He does not see that as a challenge. Again, he looked at some of the things that could affect the supply chain generally. That is what he called disruption. And he said COVID-19 disruption of global supply chain reveal why it is important to have a resilient local content supply chain. And we can only achieve that through companies like the Project 100. He concluded with the 5 C's which we should look at. That's 5 C's for Project 100 to note: cooperation, collaboration, compliance, competence, and competitiveness. After that, we have Mr. Adejo Awolo, who represented Samsung, and he informed us that they were very open to do business with Project 100 companies as an organization. He was a bit little disappointed that at this time, unfortunately, Samsung is not executing any major projects at the moment. Thus, its vendor registration process is not open at the moment, but he was willing to give his telephone numbers for people to contact him. And he also promised us that it will become active as soon as Samsung starts preparation for another major project. They were looking at opening up for registration of Project 100 using the profile that has been provided for them. Samsung also advises us, through Mr. Adejo, that advises Project 100 companies to have industry standard corporate governance and quality integrity in anything they are doing. They should also imbibe that as part of their internal processes and as company core values. Finally, he concluded that Samsung is open to guide Project 100 companies on its registration process in another forum. Ncdmb has also requested during that presentation for the Secretariat, Project 100 Secretariat, to follow up on that, just like we also promise you would follow up with NAPINS to see how we work out the strategies that will ensure that we get some scopes which are relevant to Project 100 companies to be secluded for them. But that is, it will still be within competition. We had presentation from Project 100 cluster companies, fabrication and construction, HSC, project management and consulting, marine operations and logistic cluster, modification and maintenance, inspection, testing and certification, and all of them did demonstrate and told us of the competence they have and that they were ready to work with EPCs based on their competences and the companies that are in those clusters. After that, we took a presentation from KPMG. KPMG is the company that work with Project 100 and also work in the process of bringing you to this stage. So it was quite handy. And from the presentation, they managed the selection process for Project 100 to preserve the integrity, independence, and transparency for the process, which a lot of us attested to. KPMG provides projects steering committee for Project 100, and I think they are working with us, not I think, they are really working with us, and they will continue to advise us accordingly. He also talked about vendor development programs that are common to the, it's a common factor to the world. It's not only peculiar to Nigeria, and that to say Ncdmb is going in the right direction on behalf of government. KPMG shared 3 case studies from Oman, Malaysia, and Angola of companies who were nurtured by their governments to become global players today. We saw an example of where we had only 2 people working in the company. That's the company owner and 1 other person. And using this method, we had about 24 within that short period. We also saw a case of having less than 100 people, and today they have about 2,000 in their fleet. Those were some of the examples he gave us. In fact, it's a key example is Bursa, Malaysia, started with just 45 companies in 1997, that's specifically. Today it has over 2,000 employees with a market capitalization of over 1.3 billion. He had no doubt that we are going to get a lot of more than 10, 15 of such companies, if not 30, 60 from this group. Long-term focus, that was the advice from KPMG. We should have long-term focus, proper company values, and agility, that we should take note. These are key in ensuring company integrity, longevity for Project 100 companies. It's good that probably in 5 years, 10 years, even in 100 years, we'll see some other generation out of this Project 100 companies that will still be resilient to continue with the business. Finally, we had our event consultant, Gushem Techniques, which thank you and told him about his general competences in project management and other services. That has just been the responsibility given to me, and the MC promised a gift to the first person that will come today. That was part of my recap, so we are waiting for the gift. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Paul Zugumbem. I expected everyone to give him a resounding round of applause. And thanks for reminding the MC of the gift. I want to see if he's a man of his word. Anyway, good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my very enigmatic bosses here present in the persons of Alhaji Abdul Malik Halilu, Engineer Paul Zugumbem, as well as the Chancellor of Exchequer. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the Ncdmb, besides the United Kingdom, is the only agency of government in Nigeria that has a Chancellor of Exchequer. And soon you'll get to know that. I'm talking about De Obinna Ofili. Please give him a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The representative from our mother, our ministry, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the only lady in the gent's shoes, you also recognized. Thank you so much for having time to come. And the gentleman just by her, I think from NIPEX. Is it NIPEX or NAPIMS? Okay, the e-marketplace folks. Okay, you're welcome, sir. Okay, please put your hands together for him. So every other representative of the various clusters of the Project 100 group of companies, you're all welcome. So put your hands together for yourselves for this second and concluding edition of the workshop. You all agree with me that engineering, procurement, and construction is actually the mainstay of the oil and gas industry globally. And companies in Nigeria are not left out in the oil and gas space because they rely on EPC contractors for large-scale and long-term projects that require skilled labor and fine-tuned project management. And so the essence of the Project 100 companies is to aspire to identify, select, and nurture wholly owned service providers in the oil and gas space into large-scale players of the future through integrated and non-financial interventions. Of course, the essence of going into business is for profiteering. But in this case, we're not just going to be a product-oriented company of 100 players, but we're going to be market-driven and market-oriented. So we have a lot to do with not just profit, the environment, so that we achieve the net zero aspiration of the COP26 and others. And so the board has also been able to put together interventions like the capacity building training, access to market, which is why we're here today, a second in a row workshop in its series, and business insight as well as access to finance. And that's it. When the Executive Secretary, Engineer Simbi Wabote, conceptualized the NCDF model for accessing funds, both for the major players and the community contractors, it was a welcome development in the oil and gas space. And he so mandated the Chancellor of Exchequer to take on that responsibility in person of De Obinna Ofili, who's going to be coming here next to talk about the access to finance as the next destination on the Project 100 group of companies. So put your hands together for the Chancellor of Exchequer, De Ofili, as is coming here on the podium to hint the beneficiaries of Project 100 of how to access finance in their various service offerings. Thank you very much. Sorry, he's a financial engineer, I'm not wrong.
Indeed, he's right, because we are now being made financial engineers. The executive management in Ncdmb does not joke with providing access. Is it access to market? Is it access to wealth? Is it access to money? Is it access to dollars? Is it access to engineering? Is it access to contract? So I think we should all give a round of applause to the Engineer Simbi Wabote-led administration. This is going to be very short. Money does not speak long language. And we are not talking about the access to finance here. We need to be very careful. We are talking about what next. So we are not going to take the time of those who are here for access to market and who do not need money. I know there are many of you here who do not need finance. You just need the access to the market. So just pardon us if we are taking a little of your time. But before I start, I thought the program will be shifted a little bit so that the man that is so elegant now, like the ESL in the wonderful and amazing structure in Yenegua, that when he started, he's going to show his picture, and he's going to show his picture the way he looks now. Made a promise yesterday, and Engineer Zuhumbe has talked about it, and he decided to shift the microphone to the Shadow Minister for Information. He refused to come up here so that he will not meet his obligation. We will compel him to meet his obligation, because in Ncdmb, all obligations are usually met. So having said this, it is important now for us to say why. Why are we talking about the access to finance, which will come up after this? Okay, I think you will help me run, because I don't want to take their time. Next slide, please. It is just very simple. It is to provide access to those who need that package. That is what will come up next. So we'll hold out a workshop next to provide you access to finance and to provide you the roadmap. How do you just, because you don't just walk to money and get money. Sometimes you see people, they will tell you, we will make you billionaires, and yet they are not millionaires. Those people can give you the roadmap on how to get it. So it's important to say that when you come for the access to finance workshop, what are the things you are going to be getting from that workshop? The linkage with the companies that will make you increase in capacity and capability. We are going to make the P100 companies be able to have that capacity and capability to benefit and reap financial benefits. Benefit from the various funding that we have, and also have access and reap tremendous financial benefits. It is important to recall that in fact, it was also anchored by the coordinator of P100 companies here present. There was a time the board was trying to link up SMEs with OEMs abroad for the purpose of creating a magnificent partnership and to attract the OEMs to come and domesticate their operations here under a partnership model with the SMEs. We will try to talk about that to see how the P100 companies will inherit that program. That is what is coming. We also will talk about the workshop will also enable understanding the key drivers with regard to mergers and acquisitions. You see, we are talking about P100. Nothing says that P100 cannot transmute to P50 or to P30 in the next few years. How can this happen? This can happen through mergers. This can happen through acquisitions within the fold of the Project 100 companies. When you have that, there are tremendous benefits. Your stature will increase, your ability will increase, your capability will increase. But we will not talk about that here. We will talk about that during the access to finance workshop. No, still return there, not finished. You see, finance, as we talk now, is available now. Ncdmb has already made these funds available in Bank of Industry and in Ncdmb. When we talk about access to finance, many people are just thinking that it is when you get loan when you get grant that you've had access to finance. So many of you here were taken to Canada. You did not buy your ticket. The board provided you the finance. They gave you access to finance to get to Canada. So all these benefits, all these packages that the board organizes and pays for you, they are also access to finance. It's just important to say that. But I know that what we are looking at is the bigger picture of the ones that you use to advance your programs and your projects. Please move on. Move on, please. Next slide. So, it is clear that the next workshop will give you access to help. What type of help? It is going to help you to create, it is going to create a helpline to bridge your knowledge and technical gap with regard to how you can access finance. It is going to teach you or to help you, to educate you better on how the processes run with regard to accessing loans and accessing the funds of the board. And it's important you know that Ncdmb offers the cheapest financing you can ever get in this country now and in several parts of the world. Even some of the people that get money from abroad run back and say that the Ncdmb funds are cheaper. So it is imperative that you should be in a position to know how to access this. What are the loan processes and how do they work? What are the things that are required of you? What are the conditions that you have to meet to be able to access these funds? All this, you will get all this at the next workshop, which will be the Access to Finance workshop. Beyond that, the Ncdmb is also going to provide you post-workshop technical facilities, a hands-on to help you with regard to this assessing finance model. I think I will pause here and now say it is just very important that you attend that next workshop. Thank you very much. I don't think there will be questions. Take the questions to the next time. Thank you.
I don't think there will be questions. Bring the questions to the proper access to finance workshop. Thank you very much, Mr. Ofili. Okay. One more time, please. Let's give him a round of applause. And indeed, to the Ncdmb for providing such cheap and accessible funds to vendors, indigenous vendors. Well, Oga Paul and Ogobina, don't worry. Oga Paul, you know. Ogobina should know. How one knows. How one knows. How one knows. How you know, right? How are you deny me on stage? How that's not fair. Anyway, Oga Paul, you know. When this MC says he does, so don't worry. The only challenge I have now is that I had a delay coming here, so I don't know who came in here first. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. That's where collaboration will test it today. They will tell me who came first. My highly esteemed P100 beneficiaries will tell me who came first amongst them, because they're the ones that came first. So go Binna. Sorry, sir, you're not qualified. Oga Paul, I'm sorry, sir, you're not qualified. They came before you, sir. So we'll leave it to those that came before you. Anyways, we're going to go virtual now. We're going to listen to an access to market presentation from SAIPEM. SAIPEM's manager for Nigerian content is joining us virtual. As Oga Patrick said yesterday, in these days of hybrid and virtual events, you can actually speak from the spirit world. So I don't know where Uzoma is speaking from. Uzoma Kalabu. Uzoma, confirm you can hear me. Is it spiritually or physically? Where are you dialing from? Uzoma, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Does he have access to do that? He's still not unmuted. I can see he's still on. His mic is still on. Does he have access to do that? Please, because Uzoma is online, if you have any question while he's speaking, for the few minutes he would speak, write it down on a notepad and pass it to the ushers quickly before I let him go once he's done. Please do that. If I don't get that, if you're online, you can leave it in the Q&A box. Bashir or Femi would call my attention to it. If I don't get it in that format, I'll let him go once he's done speaking. Uzoma, I don't think I can still hear you, but say something, let me hear. You are still unmuted. You are still unmuted. You have to, rather you are still muted. I said unmuted. You are still muted. You have to unmute yourself. If you're having technical challenge with your device, I might have to switch on to my next speaker. Once you are ready, they will let me know and I'll come and take you. Maybe we'll do that. Let me allow you sort that out. Okay, say something. Say something, Mr. Kalabu, let me see. Say something. He's still muted, Femi. Is this not his screen? Is this my screen or his? He's still muted. Mr. Kalabu, you sort it out. Let me move on to someone in the room and I'll come back to you shortly. Just sort it out. Femi, please work with him to sort that out. We're going to take a brief comment from the General Manager for Nigerian Content at Daewoo, Nigeria, who is in the room with us. Okay, brilliant then. Brilliant. So go ahead. They've given you access to the physical realm. Go ahead.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. workshop, especially on this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The phenomenal Uzoma Akalabo, that's the General Manager, Nigerian Content, Saipan, Nigeria. Okay, he's gone off. He's made his virtual presentation, and coming up... Okay, you're still on, Uzoma. Okay, thank you so much. Please give him a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, they have a lot in their offing. Rounded off with Egina, and now the next project is the T7 phenomenon. That's what I call it at the Bonny Highland. Coming up is Daewoo on their 5th access to market presentation.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Okay.
Let me read this question for Uzo. Uzo, confirm you can still hear me. Uzo. Okay, I'm sure you can see the chart. Someone here is saying, what is the procedure to add more scope of services in the vendor platform for a company that's already registered with Saipem? They're also asking for a registration link. They're also asking for a registration link or email that they will use to contact. You know, you spoke about your vendor management department or so. So please go ahead.
Yes, if you listen carefully, I said I'm going to share the link, and I'm going to share the email of vendor management department, so that we can, we're going to give priority to project 100. In the, over the years, we work with Ncdmb, and Ncdmb comes into our space with a lot of value addition strategies. So I'm going to share this with the PRS department, the organizers of this workshop, so that we will share with everybody that we want to register with Saipem.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Uzoma. I think you've been able to put paid to that inquiry. So next is Daewoo, Nigeria, and to take up that presentation for the 5th access to markets on the Project 100 initiative is the General Manager, Nigerian Content for Daewoo, Nigeria, Tunji Oyawale. Please give him a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oyawale Tunji, and I work for Daewoo, Nigeria. Permit me to stand on established protocol. By way of introduction, Daewoo, Nigeria is an EPC company. We have been around for a while, and we have delivered on quite a number of projects. And I want to say that some of the beneficiaries, the P100 beneficiaries, have been of huge support. That was attested to yesterday when one of the clusters did mention Daewoo, Nigeria as a pillar of support. Going on, as a company, we are glad to say that we are proud supporters of Project 100. For you to be on board, with Daewoo on our project, we have a registration process, which is quite simple, and that I will share with you here. You will visit our website, please, if you have your pen and your paper, please take note, www.daewooencnigeria.com. You log on to that website. There is a button for vendor registration. Please do well to download the vendor evaluation form. Complete the form, return to us, we'll look at it and advise you on the documentations required. Though we have documentations required spelled out on it, but for further clarification, you can get back to us. But by doing so, you send your documents to DECN, an email address, DECN@dewunigeria.net. DECN@dewunigeria.net. Please remember to send your supporting documents and we'll get back to you. As part of our registration process, we might need to extend an invitation, to you for presentation, which will be followed up by a site visit, and eventually we'll get you registered. At DEWU, we welcome competence and timely service delivery. That is our watchword, and we would want you to also follow suit. We hope to have you on board. Thank you, and have a good workshop.
Thank you very much, Oyawale Tunji, the General Manager Nigerian Content for DEWU Nigeria. Onwards now to Access to Market presentation, Project 100, NIPES registration as a gateway to access business opportunities in the industry. We're going to take the presentation from the representative of the GM of NIPEX. Let's welcome Mr. Lawal Ibrahim.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you put on the slides, please? Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lawal Ibrahim Gusau. I'm here to present for NAPEX presentation on behalf of GM NAPEX. Please permit me to speak on the existing protocol. Anytime I'm invited by Ncdmb, I really feel very comfortable because I know that Ncdmb and NAPEX are siblings. It's only that the other one has gotten his freedom, then the other one is still under the custody of his mother. Yeah. I know when this journey started in a unit under NNPC as NCD, and that journey started and a team was set up to establish NAPEX joint qualification system and NCD at that time. It is the same team that developed the process which transformed to Ncdmb today. So I'm not wrong if I said Ncdmb and NAPEX has the same father and the same mother. So let me go to the next page. For the agenda today, I would like to take you through the background, NAPEX background, NAPEX supply registration and pre-qualification, NAPEX key achievements, and the NAPEX benefits. Okay. NAPEX was conceived in 2004 to achieve the vision of NNPC to drastically improve the efficiency, transparency, accountability, in contracting and procurement of product and services in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. But the question now is, before 2004, what happened? Which means there are issues that made top management of NNPC to establish the NAPEX functionality. So before 2004, the industry had a lot of challenges in relation to accountability in contracting, efficiency, transparency, and the capital plight. And also the contracting timeline as at that time ranges from 24 months to 36 months. So therefore, as at then, the top management decided to say, no, we have to follow the due process and the best practice in the oil and gas industry. That what brought about the NAPEX and Ncdmb. So the journey continues. The objectives of NAPEX and its goals. NAPEX was established to develop a free qualification system that will qualify our own suppliers in the country, to equally reduce the contracting timeline from the 24 months or 18 months to 24 months to 6 months or 9 months. As I'm talking to you today, there are some contracts that started and finished in 3 months in the NAPEX system. And the some finished within 6 months. So the system is readily available to execute all the procurement and contracting system in the industry that can give you your needs. If you want it at 1 month, the system is that robust to give you that key achievement. Again, there's a lot of transparency in the system now, accountability, because it's a process-based functionality. So whatever you do, it is the system keep the signature of all the activity, and the system is online based. Number 4, it gives visibility. It increases the visibility of the opportunities in the industry. That's why anytime you log into NAPEX platform, you see a lot of opportunities published on the NAPEX portal. Next. Okay, I'm taking you to the pre-qualifications before NAPEX and the NAPEX. If you look at the chart by the left, it shows that operator A, when he wants to qualify a supplier, he will qualify all the suppliers on the list. The same thing to operator B, C, D, and E. So you can see the level of communication crisis here. You see the process jamming itself because everybody wants to qualify all the suppliers. But by the establishment of joint qualification system in the industry, we have one single source of pre-qualifications. So you can see how significant cost reductions the process established. So now we have a database now. That's database for pre-qualified suppliers in the industry, and we have the database of all the contracting transaction in the industry. So this is really a key achievement, and really promote the Ncdmb initiative. Next slide. Okay, this is the NAPEX process. NAPEX had two-wave-based application. The first one is joint qualification system, which is the gateway to have access to the opportunity in the oil and gas industry. The second one is e-marketplace, which means you have to be fully qualified, you have to be eligible to deliver a service in oil and gas industry before you can be migrated to the e-marketplace. E-marketplace is a place where suppliers receive the bids and respond to their bids. And even the operator push opportunities there and invite all the suppliers and even the NAPIMs. They go in online and approve all the contracting process without any delay. So this is the two-way based system. So if you look at the transaction matrix, the transaction matrix here is Ministry of Petroleum Resources. They set up a policy for NNPC, for DPR, and Ncdmb. So that policy that was set up by these three organizations, DPR, Ncdmb, and NNPC, DPR and Ncdmb are the regulators, which means you cannot get into the NAPEX portal without having registered with Ncdmb and without having duly certified by DPR. So this is the mandate that you have to before you have access or registered in NAPEX platform. Then for suppliers, it is your right to be pre-qualified on NAPEX portal. At the same time, it is your right when being pre-qualified to receive bid. As long as you are pre-qualified, it's an automatic that you receive a bid once the opportunity exists in the oil and gas industry. Then look at the operator. Operator has to push all the contracting transaction to the e-marketplace by downloading all the pre-qualified supplies that were migrated from joint qualification system to the e-marketplace. So he is mandated to push all the opportunities and invite all the pre-qualified supplies on this platform. I think this is a summary of really the transaction matrix within the oil and gas industry. Can I go next? Okay, this is the process of registration in NAPEX platform. You know, before you get into NAPEX platform, you have to undergo a series of registration analysis. The first one, you log into www.napex-napexng.com. When you get in, you fill in the registration form. After filling the registration form, then the payment is confirmed. When the payment is confirmed, you get an automatic email notification with your user ID and password that will enable you to fill in questionnaire online. When you fill in questionnaire and upload all your documents, the document will undergo what is called QA/QC. QA/QC is a quality check to make sure that all the documents submitted are really genuine documents, because we have access to almost all the regulatory websites to confirm if these documents are genuine. After being confirmed, then we make you to publish stage. Publish stage means you have scaled through the QA/QC. From QA/QC, then we move to what is called desktop audit. Desktop audit, you are requested to supply some basic documentations which will undergo some, at the same time, another scrutiny before you migrate for on-site audit. So when you completed with your on-site audit, your database is uploaded into the NAPEX system. All the IOC will be able to see you. You are visible to the all IOCs in the oil and gas industry, which give you a lot of opportunities in any opportunity that exists within the oil and gas industry. So that's it. That's the process. That's the summary of the process. Just the little summary of this process. So let's move to the next item. Yeah, NAPEX has really delivered. We know, I can tell you, we have done enormous to this country, because whatever concern oil and gas industry, it's translated to the whole country. Before now, there's no database, but I'm telling you, as I'm talking to you, have almost about 7,000 pre-qualified suppliers in the database. NAPEX database, I'm talking to you now. And I'm telling you, from 2017 to date, NAPEX has sent out 1,721 bids to suppliers from 2017 to date. Not talk of from 2007 to 2017. Then from 2017 to date, there are up to 1,915 tenders running in NAPEX platform, currently running in NAPEX platform at different stages. Some are still at opportunity phase, some technical phase, and some commercial phase. So these are the enormous opportunity that is currently happening within the NAPEX platform. Then I'm telling you from 2017 to date, up to 79,198 suppliers. When I say suppliers, I mean contractors. 79,198 contractors received bids on NAPEX platform. So you can see the opportunities. So there's really an opportunities. When you are pre-qualified on NAPEX database, the sky is your limit in terms of opportunities. Then in terms of training, you know, normally when you come in as a newcomer in NAPEX system, we have to engage you and give you a training on how to really use one of the key functionality. Let me give you one example. You see, I always said that NAPEX and Ncdmb were established on the same basic principle, same. When we started 2000, and when we go live 2006, I can tell you there are a lot of CEOs of different companies, suppliers, that doesn't even know how to boot a laptop. He come in, was sitting, he want to respond to a bid via NAPEX, he doesn't even know how to start a system. So we engage them, we train them, you know, give them a lot of capacity improvements. So today, I'm telling you, we train up to 2,500 users on NAPEX platform, which means we're still empowering our contractors in country. The opportunities, up to 2,195 opportunities were published on NAPEX portal. 2,500 of different contract category were published on NAPEX portal. So if you go to NAPEX portal, to be candid with you, you see a lot of opportunities. But the key thing here is you have to be pre-qualified. That is the basic thing. And it has to be transparent. And you have to undergo all the process before you can get access to the NAPEX platform. So some of the key benefits of NAPEX for buyers who are the IOC and LOCs, process optimization and administrative cost. Yeah, I could remember around 2004, you see a contractor bringing a bid document in a truck. Bid document inside Dynamus to go in a truck. He drove from Port Harcourt with escort down to Lagos, from Mori down to Lagos. All these are cost. All this has been eliminated. It's no longer happening now. You just click on the system, upload your document, it has already arrived. Then better collaborations between the buyer and suppliers. The system has capability of transaction between the LOCs who are the buyers or IOC who are the buyers, between two of them and the contractor, because they send you a bid, you respond back. So this collaboration really existed within the system. Faster decision making within the NAPIMS. When a contract is submitted through the NAPEX system, the NAPIMS approver will go and review the document. Immediately he either approve or reject within a click of hand. So it does a faster decision. It doesn't need to delay. You're just taking your time to review the document and approve or reject the document. Competitive price. Yes, competitive pricing in the sense that you download the list of pre-qualified suppliers, you send the bid. When you send the bid, there's going to be a competitive. That's what we even call reverse auction functionality on NAPEX. By the time all the vendors send their request for quotations, when the LOC or IOC realize that, look, there may be the price is within the same band, you can say, okay, you guys, let me move you to reverse auction, which is a live auction. Reverse is the reverse of the conventional forward auction. So sometimes they do that. So which means he has a competitive pricing. There's availability of having competitive pricing in the system. Then improve compliance. Yes, improve compliance, you must register in NAFEX. You have to register Ncdmb. You have to get registration from DPR and other, statutory document before you come to the NAFEX system. Okay, what is the advantage to the suppliers? These are the companies. One of the key advantages, minimize the processing cost. Yes, as I said, sometimes you see a lot of you coming from Port Harcourt to Lagos, trying to even have some engagement or bringing in your bid document, which all tied to a cost. So it really been eliminated using this system. Access to business opportunities in NAPEX. Yes, you have your business opportunities. Once you are fully qualified in NAPEX system, it is your right to receive the bid within that service that you have registered. Process simplifications, you can log into the system anywhere in the world, in your room, anywhere, wherever you are. You can upload your documents without any challenge and with ease. What are the advantages for NPC and Ncdmb? Process cost reduction, transparency, accelerated first oil. Yes, acceleration of first oil means if the contract timeline is shrinked, which means there's going to be, by implication, the first oil is going to be accelerated. Facilitate the Nigerian content program. What do you mean facilitate the Ncdmb initiative? Yes. Let me plan with you. Maybe it is only maybe when I give you a little explanation, that's when you know the value the suppliers are gaining from the government. In every step you took in registration in NAPEX, right from the upload of your document down to the audit, I'm telling you, Nigerian government pays nothing less than 400,000. 400,000. Why? Just to empower our local companies to compete with the international companies or their counterparts. So government is paying. It's not that what you pay for NAPEX registration is just 25,000. 25,000 cannot even pay for internet subscription to maintain your data for a year. So you can see what the government is doing to improve and bring out the capacity of our Nigerian contractors. Go to UK or you go to America, you want to be on the database. I know that you can pay nothing less than $5,000. Yes. If you go to UK, you want to be on database for procurement and services, you pay. But Nigerian government say, look, we have to pay. So I'm telling you, governments pay. Anytime you see NAPEX coming to your office for any audit, for any exercise, government is paying for that exercise. NAPEX don't conduct the audit. We have an independent consultant, recognized internationally consultant who deliver the exercise for the industry, just to have a transparency and accountability in the exercise. And they will pay for that exercise. We pay for it. They'll come to your location wherever you are in Nigeria. They come and deliver the service, and the government pay for that service. So it's not that when you pay your 25,000 naira to NAPEX, you assume that you are paying to government heavily. No, government is paying for you. All this is to really bring out our local contractors on board, because we realize that there are a lot of capital flight before now. So we see that, okay, we have to empower whatever it takes the government to empower our local companies. So we have to do it. So I think without wasting your time much, I would say, I think this is my last slide. Thank you. I'm still available for any questions and clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Lawal. Please give him a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Engineer Lawal, we have two questions for you. And if Mr. Uzoma Kalabo, if you're still online, there's a question for you from one of the in-house representatives of the Project 100 group of companies. Engineer Lawal, sir, I think I'll fire the first bullet. There's a question here for you. Number one, is the NIPEX kiosk still open?
Come again, NIPEX what?
NIPEX kiosk.
Kiosk, okay, yeah. Okay, thank you for that question. You know, we have different level of training in NIPEX. We have a training room and we have a training kiosk. So because of coronavirus, we shut down our kiosk because it's a cubicles that NIPEX created to give our suppliers leverage of coming to the NIPEX and sit in circulation to deliver their process within the NIPEX building. So because for now, the kiosk is still there, even the training facility was closed down because of coronavirus, but hopefully by the time this issue of coronavirus is gone, we'll be inviting our all users to come to the NIPEX for training. But what we do now as a stopgap, we do a virtual training. We coordinate and invite all the users for virtual training. But the kiosk, because of coronavirus, is not functioning now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. More questions are still coming in for you. The second question here is from Ansett Integrated Services, and Mr. Paul Ajewole wrote it. He says, this borders on NIPEX renewal. Can the system be improved such that instead of calling the NIPEX customer center, documents can be uploaded to a portal for necessary follow-up and renewal by relevant NIPEX personnel? Okay.
We don't see anybody physically in case of renewal. Renewal are done online. You only call customer support if you have an issue. What you do, if you want to renew your document, you know the requirements, all the statutory documents, you send your statutory document online, the renewal is automatic. You don't need to call anyone, unless if you have an issue. Sometimes what we realized, when we quality check the document, we realize that there are some gaps. Some are not even good documents. So we have to suspend that renewal, and we get back to their emails to the party and told him, look, you have to resubmit this document. So that delays come. And delay comes from him because he refused to submit the genuine documents. So the renewal is online. You don't need to be in person in NIPEX. You can only call customer support if you have an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Third question, but before that, let me remind Mr. Calabo of SAIPEM that he has a series of questions, so he should please stay online. We'll get to him hereafter. Our third one here is from a company, sir. It says, we completed our desktop on-site audit, but our login details were not released to us due to our documents from the Corporate Affairs Commission. That's the appointment of secretary. This document is a bit difficult to get from the CAC. Please, is there anything NIPEX can help to resolve this issue?
All right, thank you. You know, let me promote you. There's no compromise in compliance. NIPEX, and I believe even Ncdmb know, we don't compromise in NIPEX. If there are statutory documents that you're supposed to produce, NIPEX have no option to waive any documents. So, and that issue is not from NIPEX, the issue is from FRIS. So I think what I will advise him, you should just go further with FRIS and see how he can resolve the issue with FRIS. It's not a NIPEX issue here. So, and I will still emphasize the statutory and compliance documents, that's no compromise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Engineer Lawal, there's a commendation here from one of the companies, though they are not specified their name here. They commend NIPEX for a job well done so far. But the question is, what is NIPEX? What is NIPEX doing to reduce the challenges of submission on NIPEX portal?
Okay, you see, thank you for that questions. If you could remember, when we started this process, we started with a system called 4.0 functionality. At that time, we received a lot of complaints and, system improvement from other stakeholders. Example, that time, if you are uploading a document, you upload one by one. So it takes time. And you have limited capacity of what you can upload at a given time. So we observed that. What we did system improvement, and we come up what is called C folder functionality. C folder functionality will allow you to upload as much document as you could. All you need to do, you click all the document you want to upload. As you submit, all the document went on. So this is a system improvement. That's from the supply end. Then from the IOC end, they requested for really improvement to collapse the process. Instead of sending technical separately, sending commercial separately, why can't we have a functionality that can allow you to submit commercial and technical at the same time? So what we did, we looked at the process. We did a process improvement to allow you to submit both technical and commercial. That's what you call DET. But what it means here, you don't have access as an operator, you don't have access to the commercial until you have approved all the technicals that were submitted. Immediately finish approving the technical, reviewing the technical, whichever company that qualified, then the system will give you access to his commercial. So we have been doing a lot of business improvement. Even recently, we have done what is called from 7.0 functionality. We did an upgrade by last March, yes, 30th of March this year. We did an upgrade from 7.0 to 7.5, which we consider other complaints for ease of doing business in NAPEX. Like this recent changes that we did, actually, Internet Explorer is phasing out. So what we did, we now built a system that can accommodate the new development, new technology. So we just finished our recent upgrade, and I'm telling you, the upgrade continues. Hopefully by next year, we're migrating to Ariba. Ariba is very easy, very easy functionality that is very user-friendly, which can still ease the work of doing business in NAPEX. And technology is always improving. So we continue to improve our system. Thank you.
Engineer Lawal, I must commend you for the aptness and also the way in which you're tackling the questions. Please put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. You're not over yet, sir, because your presentation is really generating lots of questions here, which means it's pretty interesting. But we'll take just two. Okay. Thereafter, we move on to our gentleman online that is virtually waiting, Mr. Akalabu Zoma of Saipem. Please, the controllers, please don't forget to unmute him when he comes up. There's another one here, sir. Just one of the questions before we cap up your session. They say, oh, he has online. Okay, so more questions are reeling in.
No,
sir.
I'm here. I'm available for you.
Thanks. It's just two for the in-person folks
problem.
here.
I'll be available for you.
Thanks to your presentation. Well, superbly crafted, I may add. Well, in view of this other rising costs of doing, in view of the rising costs of doing business, can NIPEX help reduce the $2,000 fee for addition of codes?
NAPEX, what happened, you see, let me be very sincere and clear to you. You are already registered on NAPEX platform. You have chosen the business you want to do, and you are registered on NAPEX platform. For whatever reason, you have seen an opportunity, and you want to participate in that opportunity. So now NAPEX said, okay, fine. You want to participate in that opportunity, and that opportunity has to be on the same line of your business. It's not that you are doing drilling, then you see an opportunity in construction, and you rush to the NAPEX and you want to apply. No, you have to be on the same drilling business line. So what we say, okay, fine. To give you this opportunity to participate, you have to pay either $2,000 or 600,000 naira. So mostly they pay 600,000 naira. And these are the processing cost of adding this code. And this is to comply with BPP Act, because BPP Act said you have to advertise and give everyone opportunity. So when the opportunity comes, what we do, we say, okay, fine, bring the documentations. After bringing the documentations, then let's see how we can process it as quick as possible. That's what we, as a result of that, we came on with what is called just-in-time audit. Just-in-time audit means it's outside the schedule. We want to make sure that this particular contractor is really participating. So because of that, this 600,000 is something that the industry come up with just as a processing fee. So, and thank God you have said it before everyone, if the top management and industry sat down to see that they can reduce the cost. But these are the processing fee that's NAPES charge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Another question here from Hall Inspection Services Limited. It reads, we normally receive bids outside our categories, while the bids that fall within our category is never forwarded to us. How do we resolve this matter?
All right. Okay. Is it all? Is that?
Let me read it again for a better comprehension, sir.
Okay.
It says, from Hall Inspection Services Limited, we normally receive bids outside our category, while the bids that falls within our category is never forwarded to us. How do we resolve this matter? Okay.
Thank you very much. I think I received similar question yesterday from one of the participants. You know, I told him I need to look at what he has registered, because sometimes you register about 20 code different services, 20 different services on NAPEX platform. Once you have that code, the system automatically sends you the opportunity. So we need to see what he has registered on NAPEX platform before we can establish that that is not what he has registered. So what I will advise him, if you can be in the office, we look at what he registered and look at what are the codes that he said he's not receiving bid from. So that can be resolved easily. So let him come to the office. We'll look at his profile and look at what he has registered and confirm.
Okay, sir. So we have this ones from online attendees, the Zoom attendees, and the first question I have for you is from Chinonso Okezie. Chinonso is asking, he said, please, why is it difficult to contact NIPEX for assistance, especially during tender submission? When you send a mail, no one replies, and when you try to call, is either the number is not available or nobody is speaking out.
Okay, thank you very much. You see, I'm telling you, every day I receive 300 emails. Every day I received 300 emails, not less than 300 emails every day. And I'm telling you, I will not sleep until I go through all the emails every day. I'm telling you. And you see, yes, sometimes there's delay, and most likely the line he's calling probably is not the right line. And I'm telling you, in NAPEX, we have what is called 24 hours service delivery. There's no email that will come to NAPEX that's untouched within 24 hours. We don't tolerate that. We don't. Only that maybe when you request, we realize that that request has to be escalated. It's an issue that needs to be escalated. Means it's not an issue that can be resolved instantly. It has to be escalated to the technical team, and technical team have to review that issue before we can get back to you. But I'm telling you, there's no email in NAPEX now, especially in my unit, all the units in NAPEX that can be redundant for 24 hours, not in NAPEX any longer, because of all this kind of request. So yes, we'll continue to improve the process. We'll continue to make sure that we deliver our responsibility. But I'm assuring him that all the lines he's calling, they're active lines, and the lines that, unless if they are engaged, such way that a lot of people are calling, because these are the lines that almost the whole industry are hitting. So sometimes they may be engaged. And the emails, no. Emails, they respond to you within 24 hours, unless if the issue has to be escalated, like you have a technical issue. Probably there is misalignment with your profile. What you provided, we realize that it's not what is happening in the system. So we have to escalate. And that escalation is something that have to realign your profile. So because of that, you may see some delay. But we don't keep emails more than 24 hours in Apex. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. There are a lot, but we'll just end with two for you.
No,
because of our tea break. Because of our tea break, sir.
Don't worry.
All right. So
forgive
okay. I have this one. This one says, please, how do we check our available product codes on the NIPEX portal? This is from Sheye Tari of Alpatech Engineering. And then I just want you to take the second one together. This person is saying, Akinola Oyelakun says they've been waiting for on-site audit for over a year now from NIPEX, and he's asking what could be the reason behind the delay for the on-site.
Okay, thank you. The first question is saying that, come and give the first question.
The first question says, how do we check our available product code?
Okay.
Available product code on the NIPEX portal.
Okay, every user who qualified on NIPEX database had a user ID and password. Unless if you miss your user ID and password, then you can check your profile. But once you have user ID and password, you can go any day, anytime, and log in and check your profile. So sometime what I realized, we send an user ID and password, and probably he forgot to use the user ID, because we have user ID rules. The user ID rules is this: you have to use some character just to secure your profile. So sometimes using that rules is difficult for them. They may end up, blocking themselves within the system. So because the NIPEX system has like a security functionality, by the time it realizes that you are not following the due process, the system lock you up. So once, if you forgot your user ID and password, you can contact us in NIPEX. We can give you, or we can reset your user ID and password to enable you navigating your profile on NIPEX portal. Then the on-site visit, I was surprised to say that someone registered probably has an issue in the sense that maybe during the desktop audits, they sent him some non-conformity, and he didn't reply. So you have to, because I told you in NIPEX, we don't joke with compliance. That's why you see even the audit is done by internationally recognized ISO certified auditors, which, because the industry said, look, we don't want to have any interference from NNPC, from IOCs, from NIPEX. All we go for audit, we go for as an observer. So I'm telling you, I was surprised to hear that he had a document, because some of them, by the time he come, okay, let him come to the office, let's check and verify what happened, but not in NIPEX. You can't stay more than 1 month in NIPEX without scheduling for an audit. I don't see that case. So maybe there's an issue. So when he comes, we'll verify the issue. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. I think he deserves another round of applause, really. I'm here just to, can you kindly extend our thank you to the GM NIPEX for not being here, but he has sent somebody who I think if there was another position more than GM NIPEX would have given you handsome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We just want you to extend our thank you, but I don't want you to overthrow the GM NIPEX. But,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, just like you were here yesterday, you had the representative of GGM NIPEX, NAPINS rather. We are going to look at the strategy with them if we can create some scope of work for the Project 100. I don't know if you may look at your system to create the different services within the 13 clusters or more, where we can have like a special registration or a special, what do you call it? A special category for the Project 100. This is very important if we are able to identify the scope of work within the clusters that with NAPINs, then that will be restricted only for them to compete in. That does not take them away from the general registration that they have in your system. I think we'll work with you to see how that works. I think it's very important for us.
Thank you, sir.
And like you have just said, NIPEX started with quite 2004. We had the Nigerian Content Division then, which also became part of, in terms of startup of Ncdmb. We had our input. My question, therefore, is for you to go back and look at, or my comment is to look at, you know, the Act talk about onshore and offshore, and it's very clear who participates in offshore. Can we take a look at the system again to see how we can run tenders that are purely offshore away from onshore? Because onshore is supposed to be restricted to companies who have only, who have 51% minimum as people who should participate in terms of equity. That will also shorten the contracting process because we'll have less number of participants from the 300, 500 bids we'll see all the time. So once it is, because that's one of the requirements, and I think it's very important, the NUCOP will come up with that kind of a strategy where we'll reserve onshore purely and we'll register only Nigerian companies with 51% equity in that. I think we'll see how that comes out, but we'll work together with you. And for the information of our P100, the Department of, the Directorate of Planning, Research and Statistics, they're already engaging NIPEX. I think NIPEX reached out to us, the GM then, Mrs. Fallow, I think she reached out to us, and they are working together to see what areas, how do we kind of see each other in terms of the system to also fast track the process of, that's taking away duplications. It's just for your information that we're already working together. And it will also interest you that there is more collaboration between NNPC or NIPEX NNPC with Ncdmb. We are hoping to be under a kind of, I think we have space again, just to invite you to note that we have space at our 14-tower building in Yanagua. We wouldn't mind having a NAPINS representative seated with us there and working with us. On that note, Ibrahim, really, thank you very much. Extend our thank you to the GM that you are a very able representative. Thank you very much, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Brian, please, you can come back to your seats.
All right,
please.
Thank you very much.
Keep the applause coming for him as he moves back to his.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ibrahim Lawal, worthy ambassador of NIPEX. Give him another resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Engineer Zugumbem, I think I've been able to give you a qualifying word for him. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's go back online now. Mr. Uzoma Kalabo of SAIPEM, the General Manager, SAIPEM, Nigerian Content, SAIPEM Nigeria, is actually waiting virtually. Please unmute him for a virtual audience to be part of this. Okay, please raise your hand virtually, Mr. Kalabo. Raise your hand, please. Do that virtually. So the guy on the controls will identify and unmute you. Thank you very much. Okay, please turn on your video. Turn your video on, please, Mr. Kalabo. Thank you. Any other one?
He's not, okay, his video is on. Femi, are you giving him access to speak, or he's doing it himself?
Oh, okay, I understand you're on. The gentlemen on the controls have signaled that you're on. So question number one for you, Mr. Calabu, from Willie Kevin of B2 Oil and Gas Projects Limited. Wait, now, why are you distracting? How do we access the project-specific registration of SAIPEM? We initiated registration, and the response we got was that we logged in with SAIPEM's self-presentation registration.
Okay, I just shared the registration link with everyone. I want to know if you had communication challenges, but I'm sure that our vendor management department is light enough to take in any inquiries. Please inbox me, let me know, and if your case can be treated in isolation. But I know that generally communication is from our end is usually very robust. But if you have any challenges, please let me know. I'll also share my email address on the chat box with you.
Next question.
Well, I'm made to understand that the NC General Manager SAIPEM, Mr. Zoma Kalabu, whom we're all seeing on screen right now being spotlighted, has put the registration link online. So the gentleman on the controls, please, can you project it so everyone can see? Thank you. And next question, Day Kalabu, from Ospoint Limited. Mr. Francis Anderson is asking, after uploading all the necessary vendor registration documents, we got an activation code, but we did not get any notification confirming the registration has been concluded. Have we lost him? His video is still. Are you sure we haven't lost him? Okay, maybe I'll have to repeat the question. Please unmute, sir. You're back. Kindly unmute. Thank you. Did you get the question, the second question? Did you get it? Please unmute, sir. You've been granted permission to unmute yourself, please. Kindly unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Femi, kindly do the needful. Sorry, okay, we can now hear you. Did you get the second question, please? Or I'll go over it again.
I didn't get the second question.
Okay, let me go over it again.
Please advise the technical team to, I don't know if the mute is auto, but while we're speaking, they shall allow us to flow.
Okay, it's noted. It's noted. The controls have taken note of that. From Ospoint Limited, Mr. Francis Anderson writes, after uploading all the necessary vendor registration documents, we got an activation code that we did not get any notification confirming the registration has been concluded. Can you kindly throw more light on that, please?
Okay, that's a very good question. I'm thinking that the commodity code must be undergoing some verification. You should also consider the COVID-19 challenges. Our corporate head office is still working smart in the last 20 months, and we try to ensure that the gap is filled as much as we can, working from home, working from all sorts of directions. So I think it's the community code verification, which is very important to us. You will definitely get a response, I assure you.
Okay.
It's part of our process.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know how long this has taken, but I want to assure you that you get a response.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Calabo, for finding time from your busy schedule to be part of us virtually and for putting paid to all the inquiries made by the Project 100 group of companies. Have a wonderful day, sir. And maybe I would ask you to take a virtual tea break because we're going to do same here in person. So, my brother, Richmond, you can now take over. Thank you so much, Day.
All right, so first off, we want to welcome. Thank you, Uzo. Thank you. First off, we want to welcome Engineer Johnson Awemi, the Managing Director of Netco, who has joined us. Can we please extend our warm applause to him? Thank you for joining us. Please, just yesterday, you all agreed you didn't like standing for too long. So let's just take this tea break in tables of threes, right? These three, this three, this three. So, Oga, please, tea served, coffee served. So let's just take it in tables of threes, and you hear what I said, right? So in tables of threes. So once they decongest out there, take the next three like that. Let's run that. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Yes, sir. So yeah, okay. So we should be done with this in about 20 minutes, and then we're back. Then we're back to continue with the MD of Netco. Yeah, sure. That's what yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Femi, can you push that SIPEM registration link up, please? It's going to come up. Don't worry, it's going to come up. Please push it, put it up, Femi. Yoki Maman Ita. The mic is on. Okay, so the link is up for SIPEM. qualifymng.sipem.com/released/home.aspx, or you send the email to vendormanagement.scnl@sipem.com. So that's for SIPEM.
I forgot totally. My brother say you love me, I love him too. My man call me honey, I call him boo. But my neighbor no like me, I hate him too. A man call me stupid, I call him fool. Cause I forgot how to love the way you asked me to. Remind me how to love, 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 love. To love, 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 love. forgot how to give those who are in need. So selfish of me. Even when it got too hard for me to care, I forgot how to try. My baby said,
please, when we are by the 7 points, let's kindly keep the traffic moving. Let's kindly keep the traffic moving so we'll quick about this. Thank you.
No get you. I look, I'm like this, say, who are you? Cause I forgot how to love the way you asked me to. Remind me how to la 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 la. To la 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 la. Joromi, I want you to love me. Joromi, baby. Joromi, Joro. Kilo de, why you know they call me? Kilo de, baby. Kilo de, Joro. I dey give you signal. Joromi, why you know they see me? Joromi, I give you green light to tire. Joromi, Joro. I'm a killer babu. May you know they fumble. I go shoot my shot, yo Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. You know you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh baby, call me later. Call me later. For la people, CBO. Talk to your friend, oh. Joromi, baby, oh. Joromi, Joro. Shebi walo sọ fún mi. You talk say it like me. I be rollin' wagon. Kilo de, Joro. I dey give you signal. Joromi, she you know they see me, Joromi, I give you green light, fire. Joromi, Joro. I'm a killer babu, oh. Oh my love, fumble, oh. I go shoot my shot, yo, Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. You know you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh baby, call me later. Call me later. Oh dey pray, you dey push every day. You dey try no be play, but your hustle never pay. And you think say God no dey for your side, and you want to find another way to prosper. You think say God no just get your time. A beauty gbàgbé ìlérí t'Olúwa ṣe. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Àní ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, yeah. You dey wait for your lover, you want to marry. You dey vex your time, don't dey go. You dey ask for bouncing baby. You say Father please no forget you. You think say God no dey for your side, and you want to find another way to prosper. And you think say God no just get your time. A beauty gbàgbé ìlérí t'Olúwa ṣe. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá. Nobody knows tomorrow. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Àní ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, yeah. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Àìmásìkò ló dààmú ẹ̀dá o. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló máa wà. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa o. Iṣẹ́ mi yá. Mo ní ọ̀rọ̀ mi o. Lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, ọlá mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa ló wà. Gbogbo ẹbí mi, ará ilé mi, ìfẹ́ ọkàn mi. Àní ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, lọ́wọ́ Olúwa, yeah. Lọ́wọ́. Waiting be love if you know they, if you know they, it's really not the same. Oh no, I never thought that I could love anybody the way that I love you so completely. Oh my baby, you wanna fool me liar, you give me joy, and nobody knows me more. Nobody knows me more than you, oh baby. 'Cause I love me wrong. No one can please me more. No one can please me more than you. If I don't get you, it's like the sun without the light. It's like the moon without the night. 'Cause I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like faith without belief. Like a heart without a beat. What's a heart without a beat? Waiting be love if you know show. If you know show. Like water when no they flow. Oh, I never knew. Say one day now you. want you so completely. Oh my baby, oh, you are the family, oh, you make me smile. Nobody loves you more, nobody loves you more than me, my baby, my baby. Who say love me wrong? No one, and no one can please you more, no one can please you more than me. If I don't get you, it's like the sun without the light, it's like the moon without the night, 'cause I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like faith without belief, like a heart without a beat. What's a heart without a beat? If I don't get you, it's like the sky without the stars. Oh, oh, I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's not love if we're apart. If I don't get you, what did I go do? 'Cause I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like a heart without a beat. Without you, I no go feet. 'Cause what's a heart without a beat? The word around town is that you're back in town, and I try not to think about it. I try, but it's been so long, and I thought I moved on, but now I really doubt it. I do. I wonder why you even come. It's almost like you're having fun with me. But oh, if I set my eyes on you, it's unavoidable. I'll come undone. Oh, I thought you were gone for good. So why you have to pull me back? Maybe you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Maybe you say you were gone for good. Wait till you do wrong, 'cause you knew all along I was doing okay without you. You know, make I try to move on. Try, your heart is too strong. Can't be with you and can't be without you. Ncdmb say I wonder why you even come. Oh, it's almost like you're having fun with me. But oh, if I set my eyes on you, it's unavoidable. I'll come undone. Oh, I thought you were gone for good. So why you have to pull me back? Maybe you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Maybe you say you're gone for good. Tell me why you have to pull me back. have to bring me back here. So long, baby, that's what you told me. So did you really have to come back, baby? I'm a little boring. But I'm the life of the party, cause I'm kinda funny. Money don't drive me, I drive my money. Yeah. When I saw the Ncdmb, me I no go force you to like what you see, yeah. Because I come in peace, and I'm at peace, and that's all I need, yeah. Everything's not for everyone, and that is okay. You gotta take me as I am. I'll be better, but I'll never be somebody else. Original, baby. Yeah. Wherever you go, be yourself. You can never be somebody else. Yeah. Whatever you do, you better be true. No matter the pressure, be yourself. I talk a little too much, I got it from my mama, got it from Shola, yeah. My baby tell me, I guess it's drama. Whatever. Oh, I do the best I can, cause I believe in karma. Oh, no. Maga don't pay me, no, I pay my maga. You see, I saw the Ncdmb, me I no go force you to like what you see, yeah. Because I come in peace, so, and I'm at peace, and that's all I needed. See, everything's not for everyone, and that is okay. Just take me as I am, I'll do better, but I'll never be somebody else. Yeah, wherever you go, be yourself. You can never be somebody else. Whatever you do, you better be true. So, no matter the pressure, be yourself. See, nobody perfect, no be like. I've got flaws I can't deny, but everybody getting personality. My guy make you live your life, oh. Person will love you, go love you, die. But you can never satisfy society, oh. Original, wherever you go, just be yourself.
Okay, good afternoon. Please let's make our way back into the hall and continue with the event. Femi, can you cue the music, please?
Whatever you do, you better be true.
My ushers, can you please get our delegates to come back and take their seats? Please make your way back into the hall.
There's a case of a missing book. No. Yesterday, my colleague Jide, he left it at the switch.
Please let's make our way back into the room and continue with our event. Femi, I still have my online attendees, correct? I still have my online attendees, right? what Project 100 means for local content, our foundation thoughts. We're going to get the perspective of NETCO on the Project 100. Engineering and Technical Company subsidiary, the National Oil Company. Please, let's make our way back. Let's make our way back and take our seats. So we're going to start this session with the Managing Director of NETCO. After that, we would listen to a cluster. After the cluster, we would listen to OilServe. After OilServe, we would listen to another cluster. Then another cluster. Then a vote of thanks. Then lunch. Then we're out.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so welcome back. Thank you all very much. We're going to go straight to the next presentation. As I said, it is from, before I do that, please, if you found a book, Richest Man in Babylon, yesterday in the hall, kindly call my or Yoki Ita's attention to the book. We'll appreciate it. Thank you. It has some tiny documents in it that the owner really needs to use for something. Thank you very much. Okay, so onwards to this next presentation. As I'd like to welcome the Managing Director of NETCO, Engineer Johnson Awoyemi, who will walk us through what Project 100 means for local content, our foundation thoughts. Please, let's welcome Engineer Johnson Awoyemi, MD, NETCO.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, P100 beneficiaries. It's quite glad to be here this afternoon, and I want to say a big thank you to the ES, Ncdmb, and all the management staff of Ncdmb for midwifing this initiative to a great success that is making all of us to stand here today. It's quite very interesting, and very key, reassuring that today everybody is standing here, is here today, listening to Project 100. Man, it started like a joke in 2018, and then in my slide you will see what were the thoughts initially. By the time I'm done with this presentation or with these simple talks, you understand what are the foundational thoughts and precepts that gave birth to this child called Project 100. And what are the tripod for success of this Project 100 to date, and what really we need to do going forward to make a bigger success. And then I will try to tell us what Project 100 is and what it is not. To P100 beneficiaries, I want to share with us the imperative for capacity and cost optimization, very key in today's world. Today in Nigeria, the PIA is rail, and in the globe, transition energy is rail. So P100 members need to sit up and do something different to what we've been doing before. Next slide, please. These are the content of what I'm going to speak through, so let's move to the next slide. I love this quotation. This quotation is from my boss, the owner of P100 Initiative, Dr. Ncdmb Kachuku. In 2019, this is what he said when this was being launched. He said, going forward, this is my initiative. The focus is to identify 100 people who can make a change in the industry and help them solve the problem in the industry and set Nigeria on the path of glory. I'm prepared and ready to make this happen in P100. And I say thank you, Lord God, for making this a reality. He says in 2019, and today is a real success. So EDS, Ncdmb, thank you for making this dream a big success. Ncdmb staff, I say thank you very much for making this dream a success. In 2018, none of us thought it would be as success as this, but that's how you see the value of a visionary. And thank you, Ncdmb, for carrying this vision to where it is today. What are the key objectives of Project 100? All these things we are seeing here, they are the foundation thoughts. Because when I was given this topic to actually speak upon, I went through my archive and I saw exactly the speech delivered by my boss, Dr. Ncdmb Kachuku, in 2019. I think February precisely, when we are kicking off this initiative. I just lifted that speech and put it inside a PowerPoint. So these are foundation thoughts of the visionary. Dr. Ncdmb Kachuku said, the key objectives, I said, there are two. The first one is selecting 100 small businesses that will be around for the next 100 years. I put those two words in red, 100 companies that will be around for the next 100 years. Great. Objective one. Let's get 100 simple small business companies that will survive, that will outlive all of us for the next 100 years. For growth in the oil and gas industry, very important, fundamental objective one. That is, you are not going to be here for 2 or 3 years, you are going to be here for the next 100 years. That's a serious objective. Then what are we doing now that will make you and I to be around for another years? Probably most of what we have done that time, but the company should survive. When I was young, I used to hear Julius Berger. But now I'm growing up, I see Julius Berger. I was talking about one of our principals a few days ago say, what is Julius Berger doing that is still making them stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, that we could not see a Nigerian beggar doing similar thing? When we go to complex structures, a complex bridges, they say go and bring Julius Berger. You do shortlist, you only see another company again JBN. What? This is the vision. Go back again. This is the vision. That is, we are selecting 100 companies that are around for the next 100 years growing the economy of this country, creating jobs, creating prosperity, creating growth. Object 2, providing institutional support. That is why Ncdmb is doing this today. Providing institutional support. You know, Ncdmb bringing nappies, he bringing diapers, he bringing the houses, bringing the shed, the baby chevron to showcase to everybody, this is where the money is, this is where the jobs are. I can tell you, if you have capacity, they will look for you. And that is what P100 is doing. P100 will not give you cash, will not give you contract, but P100 will what? We show you the road. And you go in there and make the road bigger and wider and wider and wider. Next slide. There are three key drivers that make P100 a great success. 2 of them are like default. P100 members, well, I mean P100 members, I'm talking about 100 beneficiaries. So the first 1 and 2 are like a default. You do not have anything to do with it. They are default. The PMOs, the living initiatives, we don't see part of it, don't see them today. They are default. You don't have any role in that. But number 2, which is the market. Was up to date in the industry, probably members do not have any impact as such. The oil price is going up now. You don't have control over that. But number 3, your ability to actually grow your capacity, your discipline. Yesterday, I heard Wale of KPMG saying, initiative, discipline, capacity, innovativeness. It's about number 3. So for P100 to be around for the next 100 years, that number 3 is key. It's key. And no Ncdmb will do that for you. It's individual, it's personal. And that's why I say again that the Julius Berger of this world in Nigeria will continue to have work. Why? Because they have capacity. I say when we do a complex structure, complex building, we want to do brownfield, renovation, complex bridges, go and call Julius Berger. Nobody can beat them to that. Why can't we say go and call P100 members to do that? That's a challenge for you and I. Capacity building, ramp up expertise in finance, in expertise, in discipline, in execution, in innovativeness. Next slide. Yes, I've talked about this one, capacity, agility, competitiveness. Yes. These are part of the foundation thoughts of the visionary. Dr. Kachu said, in 2018, the former Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dr. Kachu said this: the P100 was conceived as a novel initiative, as a strategic capacity development program to develop small-scale entrepreneurs, to medium and even large-scale entrepreneurs of the future. The future is now. So that's the vision. Next slide, we see what he meant by this. He said, 1, the need for us to face the realities of the 21st century. By what? By building a 21st century economy using our bountiful oil and gas resources. It's as if he was a prophet when he was saying this in 2018. It's as if he was saying that today there will be transition energy. And one is real. It's either you and I sit down and maximize value from our resources, where it becomes not too much relevant. There are so many debates going on in the world that, will become irrelevant, this and that. This is not why I'm here. Why I'm here is to sensitize you guys, P100 members, the need to what? To get sense and position yourself to have your own value within the oil and gas space. Forget whether I be here for the next 100 years or not. You should be around to have value in the next 100 years. You have expertise, the same knowledge, the same knowledge you need, whether you are in oil, whether you are in gas, whether you are in transitioning. Just choose the thing around. So number 2, he said, the opportunity for us to build capacity, yes, building capacity is key, and use our hydrocarbon resources to revive any factories in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west. I mean, test technology are folding up because there's no power. And yes, we have a lot of power, a lot of gas we are flaring. So he said that the opportunity for us to build capacity for P100 members, to build capacity and use our hydrocarbon resources to revive any factories in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west, and produce agro industries and procurement to grow the economy. So what he said, capacity is key. So you can imagine a vision now in 2018, he sat down and come up with these thoughts. And you can see how these thoughts are staring you and I in our faces, real and direct. Number 3, the thought of creating millions of new jobs with good pay and benefits of our unemployed youths. There are many on the street today, we all know. In fact, when some of us go around, we are like a mobile applicant office inside my bar, inside my phone. There's so many CVs. Why? Because a lot of jobs are looking for jobs. So P100 initiative is actually to create millions of jobs. And there are lots of million jobs that are creatable through P100 members. So I challenge you and I join you to please stand up to the challenge. Number 4 is that the thought of using technologies and discoveries and industries of the future to flourish Nigerians to the state of economic prosperity. Again, P100 members, thinking out of the box, be innovative. Because if you want to use technology of yesterday to do today's job, you can't compete. Thanks for COVID-19. I mean, apologies, it really killed people, but it really pushed us out of our thinking box. If anybody said yesterday, I was right on my desk in the office, listening to what's happening here today. And as I'm speaking up, many people are online, listen to me. So what am I saying? The same technologies can be used to empower P100 and create jobs for millions of Nigerians that need jobs and launch Nigeria to what? To greater and greater prosperity. Yes, it's doable. We have everything, including talent, energy, focus, passion, discipline, initiative. All we need to apply them. Then the last one said, the dream of taking our rightful place in the world, securing our future, our nation, and meeting our moral obligations to the children born and unborn. This is very key to us. This is very key to us. All this security we are having in Nigeria is because you and I have not taken our rightful place in securing the future of our children born and born. Nigerians love life. By the time everybody has enough job, more than what they can do, all this country will be what? We burn down to the nearest minimum. So P100, those are the initial thought and foundational thought of the visionary Dr. Kachuku. I'm sharing with you. Then the next slide is telling you and I the imperative for capacity building for P100 members. Can I said, if you build capacity, it means you want to have more profit, but become more sustainable. You'll be around for the next 100 years, because if you build capacity, people will look for you where you are. Just a simple question. Why is Saipem in Nigeria is having so many jobs? Why is Jos Berger in Nigeria is having so many jobs? Not because they are politically connected or no. It's because they have capacity. That's the answer. When you have capacity and you are inside the aim of an ant, people will look for you. If you like, go and be knocking president office on door 24/7. If you have no capacity, you are just wasting your time. So, brethren of P100 I'm enjoining you this morning that number one, build capacity to have what? To have more profit. And what? And to be sustainable, that in the next 100 years, you'll be around. Number two is what? COVID-19 dimensions. If there is something that challenge us as Nigerians, as oil and gas players, it's COVID-19. What happened? There is sudden drop in FX. Why? Because we don't have capacity. So I'm enjoying yours. Because when you have capacity, order will fall in place. Then number three, the energy transition. We need to have capacity to transit from what? From coal to oil, from oil to gas, from gas to renewables. You have expertise. There is no way you'll be out of job in the next 100 years, but the solution is what? Capacity is very key. So please, I enjoy you to actually tie in with what the US Ncdmb is doing on the P100 initiatives and try to ramp up your capacity. Your father, your mother, your parents will pay our school fees, but you not force us to what? To read or to be saved in the class. They pay our school fees. My mother, when was alive, will take me to school, drop me in the class. Whether I lose to the teacher or I will play in the classroom, it's my business. So am I saying Ncdmb is doing great things? Kudos to US Ncdmb for this initiative now, but it's left to you to decide to grow your expertise. Yesterday I was impressed with what Wale was saying. He was saying agility, discipline, capacity, finances. All these are what? I see about one thing: capacity. Number four is competitiveness. If you do not have capacity, you can't compete. You throw a useless bid or something so high or something so low. It's because there's some bid when they open the bid, they say, oh, this one doesn't know what he's doing. Either is too low or probably out of graph. So what am I saying? It boils down to capacity. And if you have capacity, even if your bid is expensive, they will say, please call him, negotiate with him. Why? Because they know you have something that others don't have. It's like you are doing a job too. First of all, they put you just beggar. In fact, by the time they put you in the same class as Julius Berger, it means you are made. Because they won't make that mistake and putting Paul Zumbe's Sons and Son Limited with Julius Berger. That would be a great mistake. You can't compare sleep and death. So, what I say that by the time they see your price, even if you are too expensive, if you have capacity, they will say, please, let's call him, let's call to him. What can he do? Because they know you can do the job. So that's what I'm saying. Capacity is key. When you are highly capacitated, man, they look after you. They will go for you up and down. Very key. And then capacity building key. Be expertise. There's one strategy. Finances, discipline. What is a global best practice that every stakeholder is looking for. So, brethren and ladies and gentlemen of P100, please, whatever it will take you to have capacity, please go for it. Because if you don't have capacity, then it means you will not get the oil from the ground at a good rate. And somebody said this in, go back. Say it's better we leave the oil in the ground. Until what? Until we can bring it out profitably and competitively. That capacity they are saying there. Leave it on the ground until we can bring it out profitably. Not all prices is $80 per barrel and I'm bringing it out $100 per barrel. No. So capacity. Once we have capacity now, you give us best result. Next slide. Yes, I'm trying to say the need for P100 members to be cost optimized. And the operation about the lowest or the highest. The lowest cost or the highest revenue. Next slide. And then I say cost optimization by members of P100 has two goals. Spend what you promise. When you get a job from Shell, from Mobile, from NPC, deliver as promised. But best approach is what? Deliver lesser than promised. That is cost effectiveness. So if I get a job, if Network get a job from Shell, and we promise to get that job done at $100 million, and Network deliver that job, $100 million, we are cost efficient. But Network will be much more cost effective and help its capital efficiency by getting that job done at what? $80 million, not $100. So, gentlemen of press, gentlemen of 200, I'm enjoining you, please be much more cost effective. That's only way you can win more jobs and be around for the next 100 years. Don't forget, the vision I started, you look for 100 companies, small 100 companies that is going to be around for the next 100 years. But the key in you be around, your children, for results, for you to build capacity. And one of those was cost competitiveness. Next slide. So, and I said, project 100 members in today's reality, Energy Transition School, PIA. PIA has come to everybody. NNPC is now NNPC Limited, which means commerciality is number one. So when NNPC is going to give any of the 200 members a job, unless we look at his bottom line, we will have his estimate, review the figure, validate and benchmark it with best practice. So there will be no need for you to come back with variations because NNPC is number one commercial kind of thinking. So if that be the case, you 200 members, you need to be much more commercial minded. So now what's done? If there is any time in Nigerian history when intellect, idea, innovativeness is required to get a job done on track, on schedule, on cost, it's now. So I'm enjoining other members now to please, the time is now to ramp up our expertise, our capacity, our innovativeness. Next slide. So this slide just saying what P100 is not about. P100 is not a platform to dish out incentives or patronage. No. It is not a platform to just give out contracts. It's not a platform expectations that all players will receive some award. No. It is not where you can get due to be abused. No. It's a place where doors are open for you and you go there and open the door more and more and more. It's a place whereby your school fees are paid. Whether you are going to make first class or half class, it's left to you. We are showcased with job coming up from Shell, Mobile, Chevron, Ajim. We are going there with your capacity initiative. Thinking out of the box to get the job done on schedule, or on schedule for Shell, for Mobile, because schedule drives the cost. When you deliver a job meant for 12 months, in 10 months, you have saved a lot of money for Chevron, for NNPC. So I challenge members of P100 to please have this in mind. Next slide. Yes, I want to this just an assignment as well. Let me just look how have this initiative fared. So this is a typical KPI 3. And when we had a small break, I was talking with GM in Ncdmb, and I was impressed with what I heard that initially we started with 60 in 2019. Now we have 100 members, project 100. Fantastic. Please let's clap for Ncdmb. That's good. Initially we started with 60. Now we have 100 members, so the numbers are increasing. Fantastic. Please keep it up. And I said, out of these 100 members, how many have got one contract? I was very glad when I heard only about 14 or more have gotten contracts. Good job, please. A round of applause for them. So, clearly, am I saying things are looking up? If over 14 have gotten contracts in industry, fantastic. Because industry is like a what? Like a closed kind of loop. It means you guys are doing the best thing. Please keep it up. Next time, next year, now I'll be glad to hear over 30 or 50. If you have not gotten, keep on. Ramp your skill set, if you have gotten, keep on ramping up. Let me tell you, the shell of this world, mobile of this world will look for you when you have what it takes for them to get their job done. Period. I mean, I work in an office. I don't care whether you are black or red or white. If you are helping me on my job, I'll bring to my table. The same thing in any global space. The politicians, the MDs, the EDO, the GMs, they need the assistance. If you have what they need, they bring it to their table. The same with Shell, Mobil, Chevron, NNPC, Napins. If you can deliver what they want to deliver on time, on schedule, right quality, man, you are done. So, gentlemen of P100, please, you are in the right place. You need to ramp up your skills, and deliver more. And I was happy to hear that. Job have been created. There's no way you can get job, you not create job. No, it's not possible. When you got contract now, you create jobs. I know in Nigeria, somebody working has bandwagon. I mean, and it is back. He has children, he has wife, he has relatives. No, Nigeria, you are very close knitted. You are not abroad. We are only you and you. We have relatives. Sister, brother, niece and niece. And it's worse now because with this technology, you go see an alert giving you the account number and details or to someone to them. What am I saying? If you are working relay, you have people you are impacting at the back. What am I saying? Job have created, you have people. So I want to tell that from what feedback I've gotten and from the meeting yesterday I attended, I think Ncdmb is doing well. I know they can do better, but expectations must be real. And I can tell you again and again, when you do the needful, you get the right results. Somebody said, when you pray the right prayers, you have the right answers. So the prayer that I'm asking to pray in 200 members that go and ramp up your capacity. Sure will look for you. Next slide. I think I'm concluding. Yes, conclusion. I want to enjoy all the 200 members to be resilient, to be focused, and to have relentless desire to break through in time like this. That's very key. Relentless desire to break through in times like this. PIA is already around the industry. Transition energy is real. COVID-19 is still real. So, P100 members, I pray to be focused, have relentless desire to break through in times like this. Number 2, be bold to ramp up your capacities, because when you have capacity, people will look for you. You don't need to go and beg anybody. You don't need to bribe anybody. Once you have what they need to get that job done, on schedule, on track, on cost, we are done. Third one, ensure you are cost aware. Be cost optimized. I said cost optimized has 2 legs. Leg 1, deliver as promised. Number 2, be cost effective. That is, deliver at the lowest possible cost. Yes, the job is to cost you $100 million, but you promise to deliver $80 million. You are cost effective. Cost effectiveness will enhance your capital efficiency in the industry, and we push you to be around for the next 100 years. Then I say, all beneficiaries 200. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank the ES, Ncdmb, member of Ncdmb, and all the staff for keeping faith in this initiative. I couldn't believe it. I was around in 2018. I was there to the minister then, and it was like a joke that, he said, I want 100 companies in Nigeria that can be going and be around for the next 100 years. Yes, we are not here 100 years, but a step in that direction show we are going there. So I want to thank you to Ncdmb for keeping faith in this initiative now. And I know ESNCM will do better and better, and God will help NCD members doing better and better for the industry and for the beneficiaries. Beneficiaries, congrats. Congrats, I say well done. Next slide. I will not do well if I don't market my company, Netco. I'm a contractor. And what do? I do engineering, procurement, construction. If I have any costing issue now, come to Netco. We are cost engineers. We are estimators. We do value for money audit. We train people to become certified cost engineers. So I enjoin you, come to us, I assure you good cost, on track, and on schedule. God bless everybody. God bless all. Thanks for listening to me. Last slide. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson Aweyomi, MD Netco, for that mentorship on the Project 100 group of companies, the foundational thoughts, and the way forward to bring in local content participation to bear in respect of the F60 N40 Project 100 phenomenon. Please put your hands together for him again. I think we've checked online. There are no questions virtually, but if there's any question in-house, please, you just show by raising up your hand. The microphone will come to you, and you tell us your name, your company, and reel out your questions, please. If you don't have any, then we'll move on to the next item on the program. Okay, just one. No, give it to them later. Are you shy? I was scared. But I saw you bring up your hand and had to bring it down. Oh, come on, let me give you that confidence. Okay, okay. Great. Please, we're here to interface, interact, and rub minds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I stand on existing protocol. My name's Aolade Demola. I work for a company called Henry Wilson Limited. I wish to ask this question. I'm not criticizing, but I want you to understand one thing, because you were mentioning words like capacity, build capacity, Julius Berger is doing that. I've been a contractor for years, and I believe most of us here in production have exacted ourselves. If we had not exacted ourselves, we won't be here. We will not get to be among the only companies that are here. Why I also think we're here is that we need help. Do you understand? What everybody needs in life is that leverage to do better. Because you're also right. Your mom will take you to school. Whether you now get first class, listen to the teacher, it behoves upon you. Do you understand? I agree. However, you need to understand that we are doing quite a lot. We are not there yet. That's why we will take our time to fly from Port Harcourt, to fly from Warri, to come from our homes, to come here. We are doing quite a bit. We also need to do more. That's why two of us need to work together. Capacity is not a vague word. It's not a vacuum. It's not just there in the air. People have to come together. I understood that Julius Berger is a small company in Germany. It is in Nigeria that they are big. Why? Because Nigerians have decided to give them that needed help. We need that help. You need to talk to everybody else, not just us too. Thank you.
So you're really spot on. Okay, go ahead with your response, sir.
I think we agree. He agree with me. I mean, he agree with what I said, that capacity is key. It's not something you go and buy in the market. It's what you do day by day, week by week, month by month. That's very important, and everybody is watching. The job you are bidding for, the stakeholders are watching you. Yes, I agree. You need help, and that's why this initiative was put in place in 2018. Fundamentally, Dr. Kachuku has in mind that yes, Nigerian businessmen, small-scale businessmen need help. That's good. Let's get 100 companies that we can midwife and grow to be around for the next 100 years. So this is the real help. I can tell you I'm making progress. I show a slide that shows where we are to date, the PIA, the KIP, and I said that out of about 100, around 14 companies have gotten jobs. That's plus. About almost everybody have been trained, both local and abroad. Capacity is coming up. So it's not going to be it's going to be on a one-day affair, but consistently over time we get there. The better we didn't get there today, but because they did one small job, they did it well. The next one, they did it well. The next ones, they become now a reference point for others. What stopped any of the program members to be like Joe Beggar? Nothing. So I'm challenging and enjoying us again. Let's go ahead and build capacity. Where you need help, that's why yes, Ncdmb is there. I can tell you, yes, Ncdmb is ready to help anybody. There is fund there to train people, to acquire facilities. I know the BOI fund that you can go there at single big interest to acquire facilities. So all those are the help we need. But again, as you said, I should agree with Penatem, your father, your mother, my father, mother, you can get for the best schools. But it's left to you and I to sit down and read and make half class or first class. So I think we agree that it's doable and we are not doing badly. The third year, we have 100 years to go. So let's see what happens in next year. We have 14 companies already gotten contract. We have most of our 70 companies trained now, local and abroad. So we are not doing badly. But again, I enjoy the individual members of the P100 now to do something different. What did those 14 companies did that made them to win job? I'm sure those 14 companies now, they have not only won one job, they have repeatedly won many jobs. So what did they do? Why can't I do the same thing? So I think you and I align. Everybody needs help. So the help is being provided. I say yes, yes, yes to that. But let's do something extra to be able to achieve that objective. Thank you.
Thank you, my Oga. Since we started, I've not called anybody here Oga. It's only him that I call my Oga. Since 1992, we've been working together. He's been my boss. And I needed help, and I got the help. And that's what is happening to Project 100. There's something, thank you for bringing out a lot of things that ordinarily people would not have seen it. First of all, I thought I was in the church. Then secondly, again, I noticed I'm getting some knowledge that hitherto I've not even taken note of. And I think some of the key points you brought out, which is very fundamental from what Project 100 was all about, is Project 100 is not about giving people contracts. Project 100 is to pull your hand through the help. Where before now, you cannot even get registered. But now you can get registered. But fundamentally, what is your performance after you've gotten the job? And I thought, my Ogasa, you would have told us how Netco started. How did they pull their hand to become what they are today, that you are in charge of it as the MD? We want you to say something about that, because there was that capacity building. There was a time, if you could recall, sir, on Cathon Channel, we were almost like rubbish away. But we navigated. What did we do differently that Netco is like the bride of the industry in terms of engineering? I want you to touch on that. And the only person to tell you whether a thank you or not a thank you, it will not be me, your subordinate. I will give that to the project coordinator. But can you take us through Netco? There were challenges, Cathon Channel. We had people coming in after. How did we do it different? It may help all of us here. In fact, when Delta Africa started, just to tell you, they were pinching, I think it was 2 people, they were pinching staff from Netco. And then finally they became competitor to Netco. And then how did we get our way back? Because like Delta Africa was becoming the bride until we got ourselves into the first line. Thank you once more, my Oga.
I'm going to ask a question.
Okay, I'm going to stand on existing protocols. My name is Engineer Tony Ubiebo, the Managing Director of Nowerox Nigeria Limited. Sometime in 2018 or 17, I can't remember precisely, we got a call and a tender from Netco, which we participated, and suddenly we didn't get any response. And after then, I've not known, we didn't follow up, but now I'm seeing the MD live. So I want to ask, if we got a tender then, it means you actually give out jobs. And you've been talking about empowerment, building capacity. And you didn't mention how we can register with your company officially. I don't know how you guys contacted my company, but probably through our online platform. So what I'm trying to say is there any process to be registered with your company, Netco, for we members of Project 100 to be able to do jobs when there are any of such jobs? Then second question I want to ask, my company is part of the first 60 companies that was inaugurated in 2019. And when you've been talking about 14 companies winning jobs, did they win jobs by did they win jobs by the support of Project 100, or they've been winning their jobs normally? Oh, I need to just clarify, because we have been winning jobs too, so. Okay.
Okay, well, next question. Netco, you can go to our website, you have the procedures to get registration in Netco. If you have expertise and capacity for what Netco requires, and once we have opportunities now, we'll invite you. We'll get registered. There is no big deal in getting registered in Netco. Go to our website, put in your applications, or come to Netco directly now, meet our business guys. They deep dive you. If you have what it takes to work with Netco, the answer is yes, yes, yes. We are actually contractors, so we bid for jobs, and we make sure that our capacity in ourselves just before we go out. What we can do inside now, we don't give out. So, but there's no company in the world that has all what it needs to do its job. Outsourcing is the best practice globally to meet the one you cannot do, because it's not profitable to have everything you need. So we outsource. So to your question, answer is yes, 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 yes. Now go to our website, meet the BD guys in Netco. They will tell you the procedures, but it's very simple. You don't need to know anybody at all. You don't need to know the MD. You should have what it needs to serve our various clients. Value addition to Netco and to our clients now, the answer is yes. Back to what the GM in NCD, Engineer Paul Zuma, said. I think one thing I help Netco is about this capacity as well. Let me tell you a story. Netco was a company formed between NPC and was JV company between NPC and Bechtel. In 1996, Bechtel existed in Nigeria. So Netco was in a limbo. I was there, Paul was there. We were in a limbo. We are not having jobs. What did Netco do different? We decided to build capacity. That's all. There's nothing we did that is different than what we build capacity. When Bechtel left, the Shell, the notebooks, everyone, they didn't trust us with their job. The quality was bad. So many of the works, we are wasting money, wasting time. Deliverables to do in 1 day, we do it in 3 days. And you know, in this job we are doing, schedule have the cost. Longer schedule, longer money. I mean, bigger money. Job become, there's budget overrun, schedule overrun, everybody's leaving you. So what Netco do? We do something different by what? By building capacity. That's all. That's what we did. Whether we send for training, we bring people to partner with us, to train teachers, and people are serious. We have decent systems now who want Netco to succeed. And that one falls back to what? The capacity issues, motivation of your staff. I mean, if you pay your staff a peanut, they won't get motivated, they won't be there for you when you need them, and that's all part of what? Capacity building. People around you. But the only way is to do the right thing at the right time. So I join you again. Please build capacity. Ncdmb Project is a success story today. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you. Engineer Johnson, you're not just Paul Zuhumben's boss. We've come a long way. I know when we started the discourse Project 100, in your capacity then as the STA to the Honorable Minister, we took time to understand the thinking, and we were able to come up with a concept that was acceptable and implementable. So when we thought of having this access to markets workshop, as usual with good practice, you always reflect back to know what was the initial intention and then compare it with the actual. What have we achieved, so that you can actually recalibrate, and if where necessary you do a reset. So that's why we thought that you are a very important resource. We still need to tap from your wealth of experience, especially now that you are also a vendor yourself, being the MD of Netco. You bring that practical perspective to the discourse on what it takes to actually nurture and develop local companies to become big players in the future. You've not disappointed us. We're highly elated by your valuable contribution to this session. We want to thank you for taking out time to give us the foundation thoughts. You've succeeded in revalidating the original intention of Project 100, and as we make progress, we'll continue to reflect back. So thank you for this very important session and engagement. Now, somebody asked a question as to how did the 14 companies emerge. Probably you are not in the presentation yesterday when I did say that after the access to market workshop last year, as usual with Ncdmb, there was a follow-up. We created a template and sent to the operators. In that template, there was list of companies registered, because you couldn't have been a Project 100 company if you are not doing business with one or two IOCs. So, list of companies registered, new registration, which means as a result of sending the profile of companies, going through your vendor list, what new additions you add. So that is what we are counting. So what has happened is not as a result of Project 100, but the new entrance is what gave us 71 across the different operators. And then new contracts awarded as a result of that access to markets. That is what gave us 14 across the different IOCs. So it's a very practical way. Some have not even given us returns, and I believe by the time they come back, we'll still get more. So that's the way to go. So it's something that you should know. We're also going to take the same process with the EPC contractors that we're just engaging. So thank you for the opportunity, and Eugene Johnson for being here with us, and we wish to continue to work with you for the improvement of not just the local supply chain, but in other areas of the industry that we think you can add value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Awoyomi, and for that remark by our General Manager, Research and Statistics Division. There's a question on our virtual platform for the MD Netco from Mr. Maxwell Babatunde. It says the MD needs to let us know if there's a table for P100 in his company, just as NIPEX is ready to do. MD Netco, sir. There's a question on our virtual platform. Mr. Maxwell Babatunde wants to know if there's a table or a platform for P100 companies in Netco, just as NIPEX is ready to do.
Netco is open to all players, P100 members inclusive. So, once you have what it takes to add value to Netco lives and to our clients' lives, The answer is yes, yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Maxwell Babatunde, I believe your question has been paid to by the MD Netco engineer Johnson Awoyomi. Our lens is leaving very soon, so Engineer Johnson, please, you're going to have a group photograph with my two distinguished GMs of no mean repute. That's Ahaji Abdulmalik Halilu and Engineer Paul Zugumbem, as well as the only lady again in the gents' shoes and a representative from your former place of employ, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Hajia, and members of the Ncdmb PMO, please just come out for the group photograph before MD takes his leave. Please give him a resounding round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. So while we're awaiting the photo shoot, please, we're going to move on to the P100 cluster groups. Starting off, we'll start off with the materials and procurement cluster.
Can you change this thing to the event banner? Change it to the event banner, the two screen. Project Management Officer team members, anyone here? PMO members, anyone here? Anyone here? PMO members? PMO team, where are you? PMO, where are you? Okay, no one outside. Okay, go ahead.
Jide, where are you?
All right. Click away. Oil serve, please be on standby. Oil serve, please be on standby. I'm sure you can hear us.
Okay, before the P100 cluster groups come up, I've just been intimated that Oil Serve is on standby virtually. Oil Serve is on standby for their access to market presentation. Oil Serve, Femi on the controls, please, can you bring Oil Serve, a representative of Oil Serve? Okay, I understand Mr. Nicholas Edego, if he's still the same person online, if he's virtually waiting, please just raise your hand virtually so that men on the control here can identify you in the pack of virtual audience and then unmute you to have your presentation. Mr. Nicholas Edego is a Nigerian Content Development Strategy Advisor for OilServe Nigeria. Is he ready? Pardon me? I can't hear you. The OilServe. I say you should connect online for the OilServe presentation. The guy is waiting. I don't know. He's not aware. I'm not sure he gave us a slide. He can share his slide himself online. If you don't get a share, he just send it. But let him share it himself. Mr. Dego, I don't know if you can share your slide online, please. You can share it so you can control it from that end. From any remote location you are, you can. Okay, is he on now? Coming up, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is the access to market penetration from OilServe, represented by the Nigerian Content Development Strategy Advisor, Mr. Nicholas Edego. Is he ready?
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. I'm not able to.
Okay, while we await Mr. Dego to put... Okay, you can now share your screen, Mr. Dego. Please, you may now share your screen. I've just been informed that there's a lost but found earpiece. I don't know if it's a Samsung or an Apple phone model, but there's a lost but found earpiece. Please kindly, kindly meet me for precise identification and collection. You have to come with your NIN identification as well. Is he ready? You may share your screen. Okay, we have you online now. Your screen is on. Please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Dego.
we very greatly have to go out, get this technology and innovate to be able to deliver this. We expect our subcontractors. One of it is a poor quality of delivery resulting to reworks. This has, over time, has cost us a lot in terms of cost to be able to repeat. Can you? Yeah, I'm hearing an echo at the background. I don't know. Maybe. So, I hope everyone can still hear me.
Yes,
so I'm talking about poor quality of delivery resulting to rework. High cost of services and products. This we can all point various reasons for that. But then again, projects and clients expect you to deliver at the most competitive cost. So, with the constraint we have, the constraint also that our subcontractor have to be conscious of in also trying to support us. Because at the end of the day, everything works within cost and budget. Another aspect is sometimes setting suppliers with adequate time and also lack the zeal or the courage or what we put it to be able to innovate in little or big ways. Innovations may not be necessarily investing in heavy equipment like maybe we've done. There are different kinds of innovations and even the methodology of how to do something better. We are very open to it. As a matter of fact, we always love suppliers that will come to us and show us better ways to do what they've done and help us to help that drive value through that. But oftentimes we also have seen that there's a bit of a debt in that space in terms of available local suppliers that really truly want to innovate. Then poor HSC attitude, that's been a challenge for us as well when we spice locals. So there is a need to continue to strategize and position ourselves to explore these opportunities. And in a nutshell, we in Oyster, we believe in Nigerian content. It has taken us to where we are today. And one of the message or the key message we want to give to every one of the Project 100 companies is this: if we can succeed and grow to where we are today, you all can. Thank you very much for listening. Now we'll take questions and comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Oyserve. That's Nicholas. Thank you, Nicholas, for speaking on behalf of Oyserve, working the P100 beneficiaries through what to do to become registered vendors with you, what not to do, and of course what challenges you've had in the past with vendors and how you advise incoming vendors to correct that. So I think you're getting served these opportunities on a platter, and the companies themselves are telling you what to do to get on. I can imagine nobody has written down a question for him. He's online. I would rather see how seamless it was when Yoki was taking questions for Osuzoma, right? I mean, because he was reaching out, it was quite seamless. So if we don't have, I'm going to give us like a minute or two to see if any questions coming handwritten. There's none online on the Zoom app. If none comes in handwritten, then of course we will make progress to the next items on our agenda. But we thank you, Nicholas. Thank you so much to you and the Oyserve team, and congratulations on a quarter of a century of doing business in Nigeria in this EPC space. I think they deserve another round of applause from us. Let's give them a round of applause. So no questions forthcoming. Thank you very much. Nicholas will make progress to the cluster presentations now. The first cluster presentation will be on materials and procurement, transportation, supply, and disposal services. For materials and procurement, do I have any rep from Azzy Richie here? Azzy Richie, are you here? If Azzy Richie is not here, is there any rep from C. Stanlong? C. Stanlong is not here as well. So that cluster is not represented. Or are they online? They could be online. You are? Okay. So if you are a rep for Azzy Richie or C. Stanlong, can your hand just go up? If you are attending virtually, can you just raise your hand using the virtual icon, the emotic icon there on the Zoom app? Just raise your hand. If we don't have that, now whilst I'm doing that, I'd like to also find out if I have the representative of Narag in the room. Is anybody from Narag is here? Okay. Rit Beulah is here as well. Rit Beulah is here. So let me move on to the clusters for exploration, subsurface, petroleum engineering, and seismic services. Narang, you would be speaking for that cluster. Can we please have you now? While we look for the others virtually since they're not in the room. After Narag, Rit Beulah, you'll be on standby for well and drilling services and petroleum technology. Following that, is anybody from Macais here? Macais is here. Okay, Macais. Following that, you will be speaking for feed and detailed engineering and other engineering services cluster, right? Okay, so Narag, you're here? Narag, please step forward. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Cyril Mwonye. I work for Narag Energy and also representing our cell or our group for this presentation. As soon as we can have the presentation displayed, then we can start. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. No, that's not it. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. All right, so thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. On behalf of my group, I really want to thank Ncdmb, you know, the Project 100 Secretariat for all the support and assistance that you guys have been giving us. You know, it's been really tremendous for us to have this opportunity, which really comes, you know, like Dr. Oyomi said, you know, mother sending a child to school. So I think for us, really, we've been sent to school, and we're really prepared to make something out of this. So thank you so much. So for the exploration, subsurface, and petroleum engineering and seismic team, I just want to go through what we do, who are the members of that group, and some of the services and our clients that we have, who've been having opportunity to provide service. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are 5 companies in this specific group. So that consists of Anchor Point. It's kind of too tiny, but I'll manage. So that consists of Anchor Point, Geoville, Narag Energy Solution, and Geoterrain. And also we've got Bronin Energy, services as well, which could be in the next slide. So in terms of our services, we offer quite a lot of services, as you can see. That goes from integrated field development, seismic processing, production engineering services. We also, some of our team as well provide oil spill service and remedial services. Also, we provide water engineering and production and calibration services as well. Next slide. So still talking about the services, we provide exploration, subsurface. So that includes marine and also non-marine services in terms of seismic acquisition, seismic processing, 2D, 3D high seismic acquisition and processing, and also, rig and FPSO rental services as well. Next slide. So these are just some of the clients that we had opportunity working with. So that includes Ncdmb, NNPC in terms of NAOC. We've worked for NAOC, we've worked for Conoil, we've worked for Shell, Total. We are working with Chevron. We also at Teo. Some of us as well have had opportunity to work outside the country for some of the companies outside, like Kuwait Energy and so forth. We've been able to service them. Locally as well, we've basically worked for almost all the IOCs and all the major and also the Nigerian marginal field companies. Next slide, please, for some of the other lists. Next slide. So this is where we're located. Anchor Point, Narag, Geoville, Geoterrain, we're all located. We have offices in Abuja, we have offices in Lagos, also, and in River State too. Next slide. So for Brown Positioning and Survey Limited, so they have office as well in Lagos and also in River State. Next slide, please. So now is to go through each of the companies more a bit in detail. So this is for Anchor Point. So Anchor Point Integrated Services is more of an employee-owned company. So they provide a lot of services that goes from subsurface engineering, well services. I'm sorry, I have to really go closer. So well services, engineering services, cathode protection services, and also asset management and technical support services. So Anchor Point has been existing for quite a while, and they provide services to the likes of MPDC, Summit, NAOC, Conoil, Ateo, and so on. So these are some of the companies. So like what we saw in the previous slide, they are located here in Lagos and also has an office in River State. Next slide, please. So for Brown Position and Survey Limited, they offer quite extensive, quite innovative services in terms of exploration, subsurface, and positioning services. But just not only positioning, they also provide survey and seismic acquisition as well. So they just acquired a new asset in terms of vessels, for data acquisition, which I think is quite innovative, and that is quite available here. So in terms of clients, they've been working with Total, with Ajib, Amni, and a couple of other clients here in Nigeria. Next slide, please. So for Geoterrain, is an innovative company providing a full geo services and environmental services to the industry. So they provide a geotechnical survey, oil spill management, soil and groundwater testing, and remedial program. Also, they are quite vast in their service provision, and their customers in terms of clients include the SPDC, Chevron, Watersmith, and so forth. So they have the office here in Lagos, and yeah, certainly here in Lagos. Next slide, please. So for Jovil Consulting, so Jovil, provide the same kind of service, like the rest of us in terms of geological consulting, survey, positioning, and water engineering, and also fabrication and construction. So their client, includes the likes of NAOC, Chevron, SPDC, and NNPC, according to what is written there. So they have the office both here in Lagos and also in Abuja and in River State. Next slide. So for Narag Energy Solution, which is going to be the last slide in this group that we're presenting, so Narag provides services to the oil and gas industry in the sense of engineering and procurement and consulting services. So those services include, feed, project management, feasibility studies, asset determination, and also economic analysis, and also fabrication services. So the offices are here in Lagos and also in Port Harcourt, and we also have an office in Calgary. In terms of clients, Narag has customers in terms of Total, NAOC, NAPIMS, Shell, Chevron, and so forth. So these are some of the groups, these are the main groups represented in this group, and we wanted to take this opportunity to share with you, what we represent and the group of services that we're able to offer. So we really thank you for the attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Narag, and that's on behalf of the Exploration, Subsurface, Petroleum Engineering, and Seismic Services, Well and Drilling Services, Petroleum Technology. Rich Bueller, you're speaking for that cluster. Can you please step forward? Well and Drilling Services, Petroleum and Petroleum Technology is the next cluster we're listening to. Femi, you ready? Let's please give her a warm applause as she steps forward to take the presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. My name is Chinwe Juliet Ofulue Banjo. I'm from Reed Bueller Engineering Services Limited. I'm here to represent the cluster for well and drilling services, stroke drilling and technology, petroleum and drilling. In this cluster, we have over 20 companies. And some of these companies have been in existence for over 2 decades and are still counting. And most of these companies, or if not all, have the expertise to serve our clients in an efficient and effective manner. We have some of our clients in the IOCs and also in the LOCs. We also have expertise personnel that have what it takes to deliver some of the services that we do. We also have partners, both international and local partners. And what we do is that when we have big opportunities, we believe in synergy. We come together, to bid for big opportunities, to harness the opportunities and compete with the big wigs in the industry. We've done that in several projects, and we've counted several sources on that. We also have our equipment, and these equipment are for leasing and for other activities based on our clients' requests. These equipment, we have some in onshore and some in offshore, like mud logging units. Some of the services that we do include mud logging, well intervention, well testing, drilling, OCTG supply, and all drilling support activities. We believe in cost efficiency, yes, and we believe in timely delivery and also quality delivery. Our offices are in Port Harcourt, we have in Lagos, and also we have our offices in Warri. Yes, that is who we are, and we want to thank Ncdmb for giving us this opportunity to showcase our capabilities and also build our capacity. And we also want to thank them for creating an enabling environment for us to thrive. Thank you very much, Ncdmb. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rich Beulah. Next cluster. Transportation, supply and disposal services, Oluti. Someone from Oluti is speaking on behalf of this cluster. Femi, are you ready? Let's please welcome him with a round of applause as he steps forward to speak on behalf of his cluster.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. My name is Kolawole Shawana. I'm the Managing Director for Oluti Engineering International Limited, and I'm speaking for Transportation, Disposal, and Supply Services Cluster. In this cluster, we have two companies, Oluti as well as B2 Oil and Gas Services. We believe that we are the protectors of our environment, and we expect that every service operators within the industry are also interested in the protection of the flora and fauna of the environment. In terms of company profile, both companies have been in existence for over 20 years, doing the services that they know how to do best, which is in the areas of waste management, environmental services, in the areas of transportation and logistics of waste materials from offshore locations and also on landed locations. We clear out, the challenges that we believe most operators have in terms of disposing their waste according to all the protocols and laid down guidelines by EGASPIN as well as DPR. In terms of location, we are located across the Niger Delta. We are base offices in Warri and admin offices here in Lagos. We've also worked across the coastal regions of Nigeria, from Port Harcourt all the way Bayelsa through to Delta State. Most of the services that we do also goes beyond waste management, obviously, because we are managing different types of waste stream, from expired chemicals to sludge waste to oily rags, oily sludge, sewage treatment, and disposal. We also have services in the construction space as well. And this cuts across both Oluti and B2 Oil and Gas. We believe that with the services that we provide for the industry, operators are able to focus on their core and worry less about how to dispose. And every operator should also take much more responsibility where disposal of their waste are concerned, because we are all protectors of the environment. Thank you very much, and do have a lovely day.
Okay. Next is the Materials and Procurement, Novarox, Nigeria Limited, speaking for that cluster. Materials and Procurement, Let's please welcome him as he takes the center stage for his cluster with a round of applause.
Good day, everyone. My name is Engineer Tony Ubiebo, Managing Director, Noerox Nigeria Limited. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the cluster Materials and Procurement. I have to speak because the company scheduled were not available as at the time. Materials and procurement is about supply of materials to our clients. And on this cluster, we are about 7 companies, which Noerox is one of the companies. And we render from PPE services to mechanical services, mechanical materials, electrical. I'm not speaking for Noerox alone. I mean all companies under this cluster. We render similar material supply to our clients, which range from mechanical valves, pipes and fittings, electrical materials. You have manpower supply, you have civil materials as well, and also some of the services outside the material supply is also the engineering services, such as facility, training, reservoir studies, fabrication, which is done by Nigeria. And we all have similar clients, like the likes of the IOCs, NAOC, Chevron, LNG, ExxonMobil, Total, Shell, Saipem, and more other companies. In this same cluster, we have our locations across the country, majorly in Port Harcourt. Some are in Lagos, and some are in Abuja, and also in Warri in Delta states. Listed on the slide are the 7 companies: Jokaro Nigeria Limited, Alphadin Energy Oils Field, Ritchie International Services, CE Stalong Resources, Ella Leon Ventures, Noerox Nigeria Limited. So we are a company that we render material supply, like I said, and with the support of Ncdmb and as Project 100 company, one thing we have been working on under this material and procurement supply is to see that we're able to bring in some of these items, if not being able to manufacture all the items here in Nigeria, but to assemble or put some of these items, in Nigeria, so that it will reduce cost and time of delivery of these materials. This is one thing we have been working, and we hope to achieve this in the nearest future so we can make Ncdmb proud. Thank you very much.
So, Ogamalik, can you please address the question that was left? Someone had asked a question. I hope he's still in the room. So it's important to be in the room all through the event. Ogamalik will read the question and then address it. I hope you're still in the room to get your answer.
Okay, so the question was access to markets for the IOCs was done with N60 and not F60, that's the first 60, and not the N40. How do we intend to involve the N40 contractors? So it shows that you guys were listening. And I like that observation. It's factual, because as of last year, we've not inaugurated the N40. So it's a very good feedback. We'll look into it and we'll tell you how we intend to close that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll take the last cluster before we do the wrap up from our rapporteur. The last cluster this time would be feed and detailed engineering and other engineering services. For that cluster, Zigima would speak on their behalf. Let's please welcome Zigima. Zigima steps forward to speak on behalf of that cluster. After which, the rapporteur from the consulting firm Goshen Technique 2 would give us a summary of what has happened here the last 2 days before we draw the cuttings.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on the established protocol. My name is Latif, and I'm representing cluster feed, that's front-end engineering design and detail engineering. The companies in this cluster have arrays of services and products they offer to the oil and gas ecosystem. And part of the services they offer are EPC, that is engineering, procurement, and construction. Engineering, procurement, and construction. We have marine services, geosciences, and array of products. From our profile, we offer services from in virtually all the ecosystem throughout the value chain, from the upstream down to the downstream sector, which includes procurement, it includes marine services, and also EPC. Can you straight through the companies? Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. So we have arrays of companies in our cluster. One of them is Marquis Engineering and Energy Service. And basically what they do is feed, fabrication, material procurement, R&D, information system, and project management. Some of their clients are NPDC, Chevron, Nahok, ExxonMobil, and a whole lot of companies in that field. So one thing that is peculiar to this cluster is that we are agile. We provide services, we tailor our services to our clients' needs and customer needs as well. So we have a defined set of products, we have defined set of services we offer, but due to the uncertainty in this industry, we tailor, we ask our customer, let your challenge be our problem. So we offer services in that regard. And we also build capacity. Part of the efforts we've made in capacity building, we have reached out to companies abroad, home and abroad, to set up factories in Nigeria. For instance, Sigma, as a company, is setting up a nut and bolt factory. So to everybody in this room, if you need anything regarding nuts and bolts in that aspect of any specification, you can actually reach out to Sigma. As well, from discussion, I know of Horizon Shore. They have a partner as well in Germany that is setting up an industry in Nigeria to actually foster the local content and also build our capability. Next slide, please. Part of the company in the cluster is Good Omen Concepts. So Good Omen Concepts services are detail engineering and fabrication service. So we are appealing to all the companies in this room and also Project 100 companies. If you have any services in this regard, you can actually reach out to us. We have built capacity, we have built competency in this regard, and I think we will serve you, I believe we will serve you better to promote your business and also get the recommendations of your clients. Next slide, please. Next is Gmuno. Gmuno is a company established in 2013, and they offer services like conceptual studies, front-end designs, and technical manpower supply. So there are a lot of collaboration within this cluster group. I know of Gmuno. They've collaborated with some of the companies in this cluster, and with this arrangement, with this collaborative arrangement, we are building a network. We are building that competency so that we can challenge the bigger companies and also position ourselves to become who they want, who Project 100, who Ncdmb wants us to become. So we are looking ahead. We are not working in isolation. We are trying to build competency with the help, with the advantage other companies have in this cluster. Okay, Jolin Nigeria Limited as well. They offer innovation approaches to feed engineering, fabrication, marine operation, inspection, testing, certification, and modification. I must also chip this. Companies like, I know of Sigma Limited, they have tried, they have gone to the extreme to secure fund to purchase vessels, marine vessels, crew boats, and also marine vessels, so that they can be competitive in this value chain of oil and gas, value chain of oil and gas, and also this very ecosystem. Faith Plant Global International Limited. So Faith Plant Global International Service Limited was incorporated in 2009. And as I mentioned earlier, I said we offer services from we offer services in the mainstream, the middle stream, and downstream sector. So if you look at this, this is basically exploration from geophysical investigation, geological investigation, geotechnical, geochemical, and hydrology. So it is one stop, it is one shop for all. You can actually reach us in this cluster for any of the services you want. So they offer, this very company offers geotechnical, or basically exploration services. Next is Kleparina International, okay, and Benjin Universal Nigeria Limited. They offer project management, projects engineering and management, domestic gasification utilization, projects resourcing, integrity testing, and NDT QA/QC services. So some of their clients are LNG, Data Africa, and the rest. So the location, they are geolocated in different part of the, we are geolocated in different part of this country. Mostly the south-south and southwest geopolitical zone. So those are location: Jimonu in Lagos, Kleparina in Lagos and Cligari, Sigma in Lagos, Rivers, and Abuja, Faith Plant Global Services in Lagos and Rivers State. Next slide, please. So some of our clients, we have built reputation over the years, and the reputation speaks for us. The pandemic was an evidence of the extent we could go to create value for our customers, to capture values for our customers, and also to create a market-specific product. So as I mentioned earlier, it's not the standard product we create. Once you have a need, just tell us your need. We will definitely create products for your need. We offer different array of services, both engineering and non-engineering services, manpower, marine, and a whole lot of others. So just a quick rundown on the service offerings of the companies in our cluster. Marquis Energy, they do detailed engineering services and others, fabrication, construction, material procurement, research, development, information system, and a whole lot of others. Horizon Shore, they do detailed engineering services and the rest. So this is just a cluster of all the services we render in this cluster. So I want to thank Ncdmb for giving us the opportunity to be part of the Project 100 and the organizers of these events. I want to thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sigma, speaking on behalf of the FEED Detailed Engineering, Other Engineering Services Cluster. Okay, so before I invite the rapporteur from the consulting company and then the vote of thanks from the Ministry of Petroleum, He tells me, Bashir tells me there's a question for Oga Malik online. Oga Malik, I have a question for you from one of your online attendees. Let me sit next to Bashir and read that one for you. Is there a microphone? Please, come. Take this mic and give it to Oga Malik. Take this mic, give it to Oga Malik. Badam. Okay. Oga Malik, this says, I would, however, like to understand the thoughts of Dr. Paul, Alhaji Abdul Malik, and the PMO team on the strategy of creating the clusters within the P100. One, are the clusters projected to chase contracts as one entity with the operators and service companies? If so, won't that create competition within and across the clusters? Two, alternatively, if the thinking is to strengthen collaborations for one of the core visions, okay, alternatively, if the thinking is to strengthen collaborations, one of the core visions of the Ncdmb, my thinking, of course, has to be the PMO put together a mechanism to monitor and organize the clusters. Did you get that, sir?
Well, I'll try. I think I kind of understand the question. So, first of all, the cluster arrangement, if you all recall, when we conceptualized the Project 100, it was to identify the high impact services that will actually give us the maximum impact in local content capture. When we talk about 70% local content, if you're able to domicile fabrication, manufactured materials, design engineering, and the other services, then you would have covered a wider scope of the industry opportunities. That was the first consideration. So when we finished the selection, it was important for us to identify the companies based on these clusters. So it's not for us to mandate you to work together, but it's for us to know that you belong to this cluster. If, for instance, there are fabrication opportunities, we know the number of fabrication companies that we have in Project 100. Design engineering, we know the number of companies. And then we keep on emphasizing the importance of alliances and partnerships. If there are opportunities, some of us know that on the Egina project, NETCO partnered with other indigenous engineering companies, and together they were able to achieve over 1 million man-hours of design engineering. Standing alone, they probably wouldn't have been able to achieve that. So it's for you to also understand your peers and see how you can create that collaboration, build capacity, ensure that, okay, what can we do together, and so on. So you have this list. Currently, we're already working on sending your names to an event that we're planning to host. It's still going to be based on that cluster, so that if the other parties are looking for opportunities of partnership with Nigerian companies, it makes it easier. If you send 100 companies now, you start looking at what are they offering, what is their strength. But if you put it across into that cluster, it just makes decision making faster and easier. So that's the whole idea of the cluster arrangement. And you can see even with the presentation, it was easy for us to nominate somebody from a cluster to speak around, because they understand their language. So it's easy to just speak around the various capacities of each of the companies, the locations, and so on. So that is the whole idea of the clustering. I hope I've answered the question. Thank you.
Okay, so the person online, I hope Maoga has answered you. But I think it's also important that we make this point. When you hear of Egina, what comes to mind? Total, right? Are they the only owners of that project or of that field? No, they have partners on the Egina field. When you hear Bonga South, or you hear Usan, When you hear all of these fields, all of these assets, you hear one company leading it, but it is a cluster of IOCs. And I always tell service companies to take and follow that model. It's a cluster of IOCs that own these assets. One IOC spearheads the operations. Nigeria LNG is a cluster of Shell, Total, I think ENI is there. Let me not make any mistake. ENI is there, right? Yeah, ENI is there. So if these people who own these heavy dollars, who can afford to buy an asset as one company, will still come together to co-own an asset and co-operate the asset all through the life of the asset. I don't think if the cluster that was not intended for business decides to go do business together, it might not be the whole 10 or the whole 15. If you break into 4s or 5s, or I mean, it's better that way. Let's not lose sight of that. The problem we have in this country amongst ourselves, if we're being honest, is the fact that we shy away from partnership. I'm a filmmaker as well as what I do, right? At the very outset, it was difficult to find partners who would make a film together with you because of people's greed. The last film I finished, undergoing post-production for cinema release next year, I did with Oke Bakassi and Frederick Achigogo. The three of us came together, put resources together, and did that film because we understand each other. We signed, how much are you bringing? This is how much you're bringing. How much are you bringing? How much equity is this going to give you from the total budget? We agreed. We signed and we agreed, the three of us. By the time we sell this film, whether we sell it $1 billion US or $1 billion Nigerian naira, that percentage of your equity is what you're getting from. So partnerships, we must not shy away from. We must not. We must not. An average Hollywood film has like 12 executive producers. If you bring that to big movies in Nigeria, it's the same thing. Why am I saying that? That's what I understand. I'm trying to use that to also, chime in here to what we're discussing. So it's important that the clusters can become business partners. Who says it can't? If the IOCs can do it, why shouldn't you do it? Okay. Now to our rapporteur, who will talk to us briefly for the next couple of minutes from Goshen Technique 2, Reginald Orfor. Reginald, can you please, let's give Reginald a round of applause. Reginald has been noting all that we've been saying here since yesterday. He will just talk to us briefly. After him, we'll take a vote of thanks from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and lunch will be served.
Yeah, thank you, Richmond. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As has been the tradition since yesterday, I crave your indulgence to assume all protocol observed. It has been quite an engaging 2 days from yesterday till today. I'm supposed to just do a brief wrap-up of what has happened between yesterday and today. And I hope I can try and do it as brief as possible because a lot has happened between yesterday and today. It's been quite an engaging 2 days. I think the conference has a theme of facilitating business opportunities for Project 100 companies. It started with opening remarks by the Executive Secretary, represented by Patrick Oba, Director, PRS. Then there was a presentation titled Overview of Project 100 by Alhaji Abdul Malik Halilu, GM Research and Statistics, RSDD, Ncdmb, which was a very interesting presentation. Gave introductory highlights of presentation. Alhaji Abdul Malik identified Project 100 as an initiative for EPC contractors and vendors in the oil and gas sector who are very important stakeholders. He also gave an insightful quote that opportunities don't happen, you create them, which is a very insightful quote. They also identified that the vibrant local supply chain is required to ensure success of the Project 100 initiative. His presentation format was highlighted as he discussed intent and approach, selection, preparation, development, implementation, assessment. On beneficiary selection, he explained how Project 100 beneficiary list of beneficiaries were selected and the categorization of beneficiary offerings. He also identified the role of government as development of private sector, regulatory, developmental, and promotional. The intervention approach he also identified as both non-financial and financial. Non-financial approach includes access to market, capacity building, research and development, business insights, and policy interventions. Financial approach includes access to finance and partnership collaborations. The implementation progress are in the following areas. The implementation progress in the following areas: capacity building and training, FPSO technology and project management. Access to markets, 9 workshops and introduction of new entrants. 9 workshops have been held. Introduction of new entrants. There are also business insights in areas of sponsorship, circulation of 10 business insight series on business environment trends. On access to finance, he mentioned the Ncdmb partnership and the Ncdmb working capital scheme. He also explained the successful conclusion of the impact assessment for the first 60 companies in the following 4 areas: governance and leadership, strategic planning, structure and capability, and operations, systems and processes. He also explained the PMO structure created and the success pillars which he defined also. Then next was a presentation titled Achieving Upstream Cost Efficiency through Development of a Resilient Local Supply Chain, Expectations from the Project 100 Initiative. This was presentation by GM General Manager SCM Napins, who was ably represented by Rotimi Feisheton. The highlights of the presentation include an overview of the Nigerian oil and gas sector, which was identified to generate over 90% foreign exchange revenue for the country. But the sector is also plagued by poor industry synergy and protracted contracting cycles. Also, non-sustainable cost structure and non-competitive profitability were also identified as part of the challenges in the sector. Then he also went on to explain the Nigerian upstream value allocation of barrels, which included high unit operational costs and low value to stakeholders. Also, upstream cost efficiency was also discussed by him, and these include contract approval process automation, shared services and assets collaboration, footprint optimization, supply chain optimization, and local content entrenchment. So these are all measures or strategies adopted for upstream cost efficiency. The next he discussed was Nigerian Upstream Cost Optimization Program, also known as NUCOP. NUCOP includes NUCOP discussed process optimization and industry collaboration, reduced lead time to achieve cost efficiency. We also identified 6 work streams and how the repetition in the tender process was cut off. Contract bundling and long-term call-off contracts were also highlighted. Then co-sharing of contracts and services, an example, platform supply vessels. Supply chain disruptions were also discussed. Supply chain resilience, which we also extensively discussed. But because of time, I may not be able to go to the highlights. Then strategies to build resilience, which we also discussed. Then steps to building the local supply chain and benefits of the supply chain resiliency. He also discussed. Then expectations from the project, which he mentioned 5 C's, which are also critical for us to remember. The 5 C's include cooperation, collaboration, compliance, competence, and competitiveness. Then there were also yesterday various Project 100 cluster presentations, including fabrication and construction, HSE, product management and consulting, marine operations, logistics, engineering automation, marine operations and logistics, engineering automation and technology, inspection, testing and certification. Now, the presentation on access to market by Adejo Awulu from Samsung, who identified the Samsung return process and identified the need for the Project 100 clusters and companies to align their values to the Samsung core values, which he also listed. The 4th presentation was on vendor development program as enabler for local content development by Wole Aderogun, Associate Director with KPMG. His highlights include the microportal quotes, which he also gave us, and which is also good to have. Then technical capacity development, he discussed NCDmb, then on the blueprint of Ncdmb and how it was well executed and not kept on the shelf, which he also said was one of the key advantages, initiatives that Ncdmb embarked on to ensure that their projects were fully executed. Also, Project 100 we identified that focused on 4 objectives, including indigenous oil service providers and targeted interventions. He gave case studies of what happened in Oman, Angola, and Malaysia. Then yesterday was wrapped up with a good message by the Goshen Consulting lead. So that was for yesterday. Today, I'll briefly recap today's zone. Today's lecture was, first of all, the Project 100 cluster case studies. Cluster case studies also continued today. There was a presentation by Uzoma Ohagu of SIPEM, who also discussed the registration process of SIPEM. Then they also gave their website for their registration. Then presentation on access to market by Lawal Ibrahim, the GM NIPEX, which was another interesting presentation, which he also described what NIPEX and how NIPEX and NB collaborated to work on this there. It's called NIPEX Home. He gave a lot of NIPEX benefits, and then NMPC and Ncdmb also cost reduction process and transparency and accelerated first oil. Then there were also cluster presentations also for today. Then the also finally great opportunities for partnerships, which Project 100 companies are expected to explore and exploit, were also identified as the final list today. Thank you very much. I tried to breeze through. I know there are lots more, but I tried to breeze through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so before the vote of thanks, I have given Oga Malik 1 or 2 information if we'll be able to address it. For the slides, please, for the slides, this thing is recorded and is on YouTube. Just go to YouTube. You will get more than the slide. On YouTube, you can play and replay, right? You can have access to that. Please, one more time, let's give our rapporteur another round of applause. Reginald Ofo, thank you so much. I'm sure he's going to prepare a detailed document that he will share with the PMO. Okay, so Oga Paul has been reminding me, not that I forgot, Oga Paul, really, not that I forgot. Not that I forgot. Okay, so, Oga Paul, see, this is where the thing starts now. Watch you. Who was the first person to enter here today? You know the first person and it's not you, but you know the first person. Tell me the first person. You know the first person is not you. Tell me the first person. Oga Paul, watch you. It's you. The hand on that table is going this way. A hand. There is no 2. It's only 1, I said. It can't be 2. It's her. It's you. Okay, wait. Now, before I start, have I told you to clap? Be coming down. Okay, those that say she's the one, say I. Those that don't know, say nay. The nays have it. I was joking. Come, you know what you're going to do, come. Go to her, right? Get me her address to send soft and her phone number. I would send you a 50,000 naira spa gift voucher. All right? I'll send a 50,000 naira. So give her your information. Are you in Lagos? Wherever, I'll send it to you. I'll mail it to you, all right? So give it to the usher. Just tell me what address to send it to, put your phone number, and I'll send it to you. Okay, but you know I go send them, no worry. Me, I go send them. Anyways, Oga Malik, should we? Okay, is the mic still there? Is that microphone still there? No, please give Oga Malik that mic on your table, Yoki. So Oga Malik will attempt to address those 2 questions, and Hawa will do the vote of thanks.
Yeah, very tiny handwriting, but I'll manage. Thank you very much, Mr. Engineer Greg is asking about the procedure for adoption of new technology. So there are 2 ways to, it's either you acquire technology or you develop through innovation. So we have the research and development, product development cycle, which basically allows us to support innovation and transition from idea to patent to prototype development to field trial, and then ultimately working with our now National Upstream Commission. It used to be with GPR, to go through the technology readiness requirements and approval. We've done that with one of the innovations that we've supported. So we have a framework that enables us to provide that support. We even fund acquisition of patents, Ncdmb. So that is one way you can get it. But of course, if it is an existing technology that you want to bring in, of course, if capacity exists, if you look at the Nigerian Content Equipment Certificate requirements, ownership of equipment automatically qualifies you for NCEC certificates. So you can also get that if it's an existing technology. Access to finance is the next question. Yes, there's going to be another engagement like this on access to finance, just like my colleague Obina Ofili did mention this morning. The plan is for you to interact directly with Ncdmb, who are holding our working capital scheme, capacity building scheme, and then also the Women in Oil and Gas Fund, so that they will speak to you directly to understand the procedure, the application requirements. We actually developed a portal for that, so they will take you through the portal so that you understand the requirements to qualify, and then of course what it takes to benefit from that scheme. Single digits, just the way we have it with Bank of Industry. So we believe that it's actually an enabler for success if you're able to access it. And the Executive Secretary has recognized the Project 100 companies as very important stakeholders that should benefit from that fund. So we're very optimistic that after that access to market, access to finance workshop, all the hurdles that you seem to be facing in terms of application, we'll be able to address that when we're in the same room with the operators of that fund. We're also going to bring Bank of Industry and some industry experts so that they can also give you some perspectives on how to actually package yourself beyond the Ncdmb funding, how to also access other funds and what it takes to present a bankable proposal. So those are some of the value-adding sessions that you're going to get from that access to finance workshop. We're planning to host it on the back of the award nights for the first 60. We've done an impact assessment, so it's important that we recognize those that have actually done well in terms of governance, strategic planning, and so on. So that way the industry will know that there's significant progress, and then they would begin to take Project 100 companies seriously. There's a question around certification of membership. I'm not sure that will be necessary, because Project 100 is not really an association like Octan or PETAN, but it's something we'll discuss internally as project management office. So we'll look at the merit of it. I have your name here, Norex, so that I'll engage you further to understand the context in which you're making this recommendation. Is of the view that we should have P100 companies certificate of membership, like we have NOGIC registration, so that it can serve as a support document. Because we believe that sending your profile directly to operators is enough recognition. Having these engagements with EPC contractors is enough recognition, because it's a list, 100 companies with these service offerings is enough recognition. And then of course, for those of you that have benefited from our sponsorship to Canada, you also saw that it was specific recommendation. Listing profiles were developed and sent with the team that went to Canada. So the Canadian Embassy had that list with your service offerings. So I believe those kind of targeted communications are probably even better than certificates. But we'll look at it as a listening organization. We'll look at the merit and then see whether it's something we want to do, or we'll just continue with what we are doing. These are the questions for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please give him another round of applause. Yes. Thank you, Oga Malik. Hawa Kazil.
Thank you for having me. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. You can see I'm not as fat as Engineer Paul, so I believe I will not break them. So thank you so very much. I'm so happy and excited to be part of this wonderful engagement organized or anchored by Ncdmb. I would like to say a very big thank you for the leadership of Ncdmb, especially our amiable ES, who is a very wonderful boss, a very great man, a man of his word, not like somebody here who promised something and he hardly fulfilled. So by the time this lady gets her gift, we will now know that you are like ES Ncdmb. So, sir, we really appreciate you, and I pray that your shadow will not grow low by the grace of God. Okay. A lot have been said between yesterday and today, so I don't think I have much to say. But I would like to appreciate the organizers of this wonderful event, the coordinator, Oga Malik, the GM Research, Statistics and Development, and the coordinator of Project 100 and his wonderful team. I would like to say a very big thank you for your wonderful performance. And then to the GM project authorization. Yes, Oga Paul, Engineer Paul Huzumben, thank you so very much for always being there. You've been intervening since yesterday, and you are the champion of this wonderful prime engagement. Thank you so very much. To our participant, I would like to congratulate you for making it up to this level. You know, it's not easy for you to be selected. Thank you for meeting up all the requirements, and then you got yourself in the list of the Ncdmb beneficiaries. I would like to encourage you to do more so that this opportunity will not slip away from you. You know, we've heard a lot from the presenters, from the EPC companies, and you know what you can do to actually improve yourself so that you can benefit maximally in your businesses. So, once again, our participants, thank you so very much for the rich, the presenters, thank you so very much for the rich presentations. Actually, when the GM, the representative of the GM NIPEX made his presentation, I felt like I should be one of you. Let me be a contractor too, so that I can I can benefit from all that that has been said. The MD Netco, he did very well, and then I believe you have gotten a lot of information that can help you improve on your businesses. And all the organizers, the participants, whoever made his input in one way or the other to make this engagement successful, we say a very big thank you. The rapporteurs, everybody. Our online participants, we say thank you very much. And then before I go, let me assure you of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources commitment and its support. You know, we have a very amiable minister and the permanent secretary, and the person of Chief Timi Presilva. Someone said, because he's good, you wonder why his name is attached to silver, not gold. So, so they are always there for us. Our permanent secretary, Dr. Nasser Sani Gorzo, MNI. I know whatever it is, because they are solely behind this program and this project, there's nothing you can come up with and they will not support you. So I'm assuring you of their maximum cooperation and support anytime, any day. So I think without taking much of your time, that's all I can say. But for the beneficiaries, please, if I may reiterate, the issue of the quality, please work on that, because you know the nature of your business is actually is a business that quality should never be compromised, because if you look at the danger attached to it, by the time quality is compromised, it's not going to be good, it's going to be disastrous. And you know your sponsors or your helpers, that's the Ncdmb, their watchword, one of their watchword is actually quality. So please work towards that. And if I may borrow the word from the MD Netco, he emphasized also on the issue of capacity building. So please make sure you really work towards that, so that you can achieve your goal and objectives. So I think, okay, how can I go without appreciating our able MCs? You've done wonderfully well. Our ushers, our pressmen, in fact, everybody is appreciated. And as we leave this hall today or now, I would like to wish every one of us a journey mercy back to our respective destinations. And I'm looking forward to see you in the next engagement, that is access to finance. And don't forget that Ncdmb will not give you money, but they will show you the way, because they're going to engage the, what do you call them? All the financial institutions, the critical ones that can assist you access the funds. So please get that very, very well. And then, what is it again? I think I'm done. Thank you so very much. Safe journey, stay safe, and be blessed. Thank you so much.
Yes, please. Yoki, where's your mic? Come upstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to the end of it. Just a parting shot from myself and Yoki Ita. A parting shot from Yoki Ita and myself, but let me allow Yoki go before I announce lunch. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Richmond. Someone just mentioned that we're voice alike. I'm just quoting him. Anyway, thank you so much, distinguished beneficiaries of the Project 100 initiative of the Ministry of Petroleum that's brought this to bear from the last dispensation. Well, let me borrow the word of the Managing Director of NETCO once again. He's implored us as a group of 100 companies to ramp up capacity. And I tell you, if I have to go by rhyme, I would say once you ramp up capacity, the market will be there beckoning on you. And thereafter, you seek to innovate and have business insights, which the Ncdmb will indeed come to your aid to give you access to finance. And the forthcoming workshop, ladies and gentlemen, will give you the access to that. So until we get to see your lovely faces and smiles again, please don't leave in a hurry, because lunch is already served, and we'll be having a group photograph with the GM and PMO members of the PMO and the respective leads of the various Project 100 cluster groups. And for those online, you can watch us while we have the group photograph, and thereafter Haji Abdul Malik will be fielding questions from the press, and of course Engineer Paul Zugumbem, if he has one or two things to say to the media, will be out there to field questions for from the press. So until we get to see your lovely faces and smiles again, ladies and gentlemen, let's hope we'll come back together again in no distant time to see the Project 100 soar into, into the dream of a future Nigeria that's vibrant, that's competitive, collaborative, and cooperative, and in line with the 5 C's I just learned this afternoon, courtesy of Goshen 2 Consult. So put your hands together for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, for finding time to be here. And please, the key word here is cooperation, collaboration, and we'll be able to be competitive in the face of the global market and also comply with every regulatory procedure from Ncdmb and its sister regulatory agencies of government, so that we'll be able to forge ahead. So I'll call on the egghead, Alhaji Abdul Malik Halilu, and also my prolific GM, PCAD, and Hajia Hawa, to please come forth for a group photograph. The PMO members, please come forth. And we have I'm going to call on the representatives of each of the Project 100 clusters to also come forth for the group photograph, and the managing partner of Goshen 2. Jonathan. The managing partner of Project Goshen 2 for a group photograph, and thereafter we'll go for lunch and call it
No, now somebody's still talking. Once it's done, move this one. Let him move this one. Carry this one. No, you did down. Everybody else will stay. Don't hit Mogabe. Be careful. Bring that one up. Bring that one up.
So carry with you. I like it when you call me just to check up on me. Something is changing now. I might be mistaken now. I'm holding back. Defenses are breaking down. My heart misbehaving now.
Technical room. Can this projector go off? Please turn off the projector. Turn off the projector, please. Those online, we're done. We're done. Thank you. Please turn off the projector.
Please, for virtual audience, thank you so much for making time from your busy schedule, burning your data, and being part of this event. Have a wonderful and terrific Thursday, and bye-bye.
Please turn off the projector. Turn it off. Completely off. No light from there. Exactly. Fantastic. The people are going to stand behind them.
No, for now.